Hello, hello, everyone. I'm glad the page was blank. I'm glad that was not the list when I hit that. I am so sorry for the extreme delay. Welcome, Magistrate Ironlung, Palmathemus, hi! Mako Kim, thank you for the 17 months. Death's Head, thank you for the 12 months. I don't know if I said Ghoulish Misfit yet, but Ghoulish Misfit. Mako Kim, thank you for the cheer. Ghoulish, also thank you for the cheer. Death's Head, Marks, also thank you guys for the cheers. Very much appreciated. Push the hype train. Mark's actually going to a party today, so I'm dropping some bits now as well. Ooh, what kind of party, if you are at liberty to say? Thank you for the 5 months, Reincarnator. I saw Magistrate Ironlungs. I hope you had fun at the party, but the future Marks part was cut off. And so I was just like, hope you had fun at the party. What do you mean? Like, he's not there yet. He didn't go there. I'm en route to the party, so I'm not quite in the future yet. But aren't you always in the future? You're in the future of your yesterday self. Yesterday you were thinking about the party. Now you're en route to the party. Thank you for the warm welcome. Delay, dismay, who craze? I don't think you meant to say craze. I think you meant to say cares, but I love the fact that that rhymed. Thanks, Rink. Hello, Decoy. Fair enough. Thank you for the 12 months, Documancer. Fair enough, Ghoulish. I did not know that ginger ale was a drowsiness cure. I only thought it was a stomach gurglies cure. That's also true, because in the future, since he's in Europe, and we're in the US, we're constantly living in the edge of tomorrow. Nice. Alright, welcome everybody. If you are new here, then here's how it works. Every week, we have a prompt of some sort that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. Then we all write 350-word microfiction for said prompt and post it to the Discord. Then at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 of them are guaranteed submissions. They will be read no matter what. And 4 of them are encores. They will be read if you unlock them through cheering. There are 4 that you can unlock, and you have already unlocked 1, and I just realized something I didn't do. But there's all those moths around the edge, and when you fill one up and it starts... That's what I should say. I have been saying lately that they fill up at different rates, but all I really need to say is that once you see the moth start blowing confetti, blowing bubbles, that's when you know that it's full. So, yeah, I guess they blow bubbles inside the moth. Yeah, but when they blow bubbles, like, outside themselves. Once the bubbles reach the outside world, that's when you know that you've unlocked the encore. But anyway, so you've already unlocked 1, which is awesome. Greatly appreciate that. And you're, 600 bits away from unlocking the next one, which is great. So, if you want to be in the guaranteed section of the stories, then here's what you gotta do. You gotta go over to the server shop, and then you gotta look at this, and inspect it, and see that there are 3 tiers. One is the Bookworm tier for $3 a month. That gives you access to the secret supporter chat. You can submit prompts, and you can submit 2 submissions to the actual pool. Then, for the $5 Cocoon and Silk tier, then you get access to all those things. You can submit 3 submissions and 6 word prompts. And then your story will be in the guaranteed section if it is read on the stream. I guess today tells me that there may be very rare occasional exceptions, but we will get to that. Most all the time you'll be in the guaranteed. Oh yeah, and you get some emojis as well. And then the $10 a month tier, the Transform 1 tier, gives you access to all those things. You can submit 4 submissions. You can submit 7-word prompts, and the first prompt that you submit to the secret supporter chat automatically goes to the final poll, provided there are no issues with it. And then you can also have a universe tag for your ongoing universe if you want, but you do need to DM me or tag me to get that. And then these 2, Cocooned and Transformed, are also on Twitch. Same perks on Twitch. And I'm more and more heavily considering creating a Patreon, honestly more than anything because it seems that YouTube is cracking down more heavily on reaction videos, and I'm trying to start a reaction video channel. And so I may do what one of the reactors that I watch has been doing, where he posts a shorter version to YouTube and then a longer version to Patreon of the reaction, so I might end up doing that. And if I do end up doing that, then the tiers will be the same. You will just have the added perk of also getting those extra videos. So yeah, go over here and go over here. So our prompt for this week is the beauty of being broken. So I'm gonna say a little ditty about this prompt before we begin. So to be honest with you, I have experienced some frustration regarding this prompt because, so when I first saw the prompt start getting submitted, sure, I liked the prompt, but I didn't really have strong feelings about it. It was just like, yeah, okay, that seems like kind of a cool prompt. But now that I've actually had 2 weeks to like sit with it and really think about it, and I've written the prompt intro and everything, I really like it, and now I do have strong feelings about it. And so I think it's incredibly beautiful. Like, I adore the messages, I adore what it's inspired by, and I myself, like, I struggled more with my stories this week than I usually do because, I thought this prompt was so deep, and I was like, I don't want to just write a story. I want to write something deep that's going to have transcendent messages. I want to make the people cry, you know, that kind of thing. And so, like, I was really struggling in a way that I don't usually with my stories. And so, to be honest, when I saw the other stories, and granted, like, a lot of great stories out there. I think you guys are great writers, and I'm not trying to say that you're not or anything like that. But when I saw that a lot of the other stories did not see the beauty and depth that I saw with it, or didn't fulfill the prompt, and the thing that really caused me frustration, were actively antagonistic towards the prompt and its message, that frustrated me to see. Hopefully that's not going to affect this stream as it is, but if I seem a little off, you know, with this prompt today, if I seem like I'm harping on the prompt more than usual, then you know that might be one of the reasons why. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. Aw, Corian says, I love the prompt. I had a hard time writing with it and getting a story I liked out of it. I'm glad to hear that. Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to read your story yet. We were all swamped with, like, all the other things going on with figuring out the eligibility of the stories. But I fear that one of your reviews might have had a janky tag, because we looked through the reviews and it looked like you'd only done one, even though you said, I did my reviews. So you might want to check that out. I guess this is everybody's quick reminder. Make sure that you scour your review tag once you finish it and you're like, is it I before E or I or E before I? Did I put the hashtag in the right place? Yes. That's fair. Mako. Can moths burp? I don't know. Somebody look it up. Somebody look it up. Stat. So Des said, I think that's a good idea. Des says, given what has happened this week, it seems like someone from the council or something should read each story as it comes in, so those that might need to work can be flagged early. I think that's a good idea. I do not think I can promise you that. I absolutely can't promise it for myself. If one of the other council members can promise that, awesome, please do. But I think usually, like, we are scrambling to read the stories on Friday. Yes, I know, if we read them all throughout the week, we wouldn't be scrambling on Friday. But a lot of us like work and have things that we're doing throughout the week, and so we can't, sit down and read them throughout the week. Friday is the time. And so, but there's a reason okay, granted, this does mean that I need to make sure that all of the issue tags are there. But I give you my permission, like you guys, and if you guys hate this, like, tell me. But, as far as I remember, I don't make the issue tags moderator only. And this is why. Because if you see, like, an issue with a story, I'm willing to let you tag it. Because, as Deathset is pointing out, it would be much better if the author knew that issue was there, from the beginning. And hopefully, like, even if the council is not actively going and reading the stories, hopefully, like, one of us would still see, oh, hey, one of those got tagged with an issue, what's up? And we could see, like, oh, is there an issue or is there not? Or the person who got tagged with it would go, hey, my story got flagged, what's up with that? And, we could answer if we agree or not. But yeah, like, everybody, you are all allowed, again, unless somebody's like, Kaylee, that's a terrible idea and here's why. Before I'm told it's a terrible idea, you guys are allowed to say, hey, I see an issue with this story, and let them know. And if you don't want to tag them with it, make sure that you tell them very clearly in the reviews, hey, I think this story might not be eligible because I don't feel like it fulfills the prompt. Or I think this story might not be eligible because you have some, like, technical issues in there. So, like, make sure that they're, like, I think a lot of us try to be really nice, and we're like, oh, hey, like, that might be a little bit of an issue, but it's fine. But if you think it's something that might affect someone's eligibility, even if, like, ultimately it's fine, you flag them down. You'd be like, hey, my bro, this might be a real issue, Bubble containment has been breached. Bubbles are on the outside of the moth. Repeat, bubbles are on the outside of the moth. Yes. Meow. Gotcha. So it must have been a tag thing. Okay, yeah, so you did. Fair enough. You looked at the moth burp thing and put it in Discord. Okay, I'll look that up. If you're using the word burp to mean that the bug produces gas in the first section of its gut, called the foregut, then the answer is yes. A muscle called the diaphragm contracts and relaxes as we breathe in and out. The diaphragm is what pushes out our burps, but insects don't have body parts that allow them to push gas from the foregut out of their mouths. And this might be why insects cannot, if you're real technical about it, burp. Only mammals and maybe birds can burp due to physiology. Nice. Yes, Massa, I just saw Massa's reply. Yes, we're gonna talk about that when I talk about my dad's challenge. So my dad suggested some challenges, and then I kind of tweaked them a little bit. They were very much inspired by the first story that we're gonna read, so I will tell you them after we read the story. But yes, your story also relates. Hello, Ragnar. Welcome. Okie dokie, but without further ado, let's show off the story listy boo. That is not what I thought was going to happen. Our list for this week is Mako Cam, Lee Strangely, CM Weller, and Massacre. Then for our encores, we have Danny Jaluli, Geller, Aerith Winterfell, and Documancer. So if you'll notice, two of the people in the encores are guaranteed people. They have their humanity guaranteed. Why are they there in the non-guaranteed section? And that's kind of because of what I alluded to before about how a lot of the stories did not fulfill the prompt this week, and so unfortunately that applied to a number of the general stories. And granted, some stories weren't eligible just because they didn't do reviews. And like, if more of the generals had done their reviews, I'm sure that we would have enough generals. But anyway, so yeah, unfortunately some of the generals got hit. I had to use some of the supporters. I did do a poll on the Discord asking if that would be okay, and most people were like, "Yep, I'm good. That's fine," which I really appreciate. That's very sweet. I think I'm still gonna give you a little something in that Danny and Galler's encores are still gonna be 2,000 bits, but I'm gonna shave the $5 off of these two, so they are going to be 1,500 bits. I don't know if through Twitch's shenanigans that 500 bits is not actually $5, but I don't want to deal with, like, it's like 436, 1,436 bits. Like, I don't want to deal with those wacky numbers, and I'm sure you don't either, so we're just gonna say it's 1,500. And they are at the back because I asked if they had to be at the front and they didn't say they had to be, and also because I did want to reward the generals who did fulfill the prompt and just let them be in the general section. And so to be clear, as I know this was asked before, as always, like, if you are not red, then you will still be eligible next week. Fair enough. Yeah, we started late. Alrighty, but let us begin. And I overcompensated. I zoomed in too much. Okay. Broken Beauty, or Why Are You Like This? Chronicles of the Dragon, Scribe, by Mako Cam, 280 words. Scribe tossed a plate onto the kitchen island, then started looking for ingredients for a fruit roll-up sandwich. Peanut butter was a must. Maybe some pickles, if they had the sweet kind. She thought she saw potato chips last night, but Squatch might have eaten them all. Oh, and bread, duh. She tossed the loaf over her head and onto the counter. It hit the plate, spinning it around and across the counter. Scribe turned, arms full, and dumped the chips and the pickles and the peanut butter and the fruit roll-ups and the mayo and the can of orange soda onto the counter. The peanut butter rolled and bumped the plate off the edge. The plate hit the floor and shattered. Scribe froze as the sound rang through the kitchen. The ceramic shards spinning and bouncing across the floor, the ringing and tinkling of the ceramic echoing in her head. A smile slowly formed on her face. When the pieces stopped and the noise silenced, she slowly reached for another plate and dropped it. This one didn't break with as much energy, so she grabbed another and threw it to the floor. This time it exploded, shards shooting across the floor, bouncing off the walls, and the crash echoing off the walls. Light sparkled off the pieces littering the floor, almost looking like stars. Scribe couldn't stop herself, didn't want to stop herself from smiling. Giggling excitedly, she reached for another plate. "What the hell are you doing? It's so pretty," she chimed. "It's not pretty, it's a fucking mess," Kia said, pushing Scribe out of the way. Scribe backed away, shrinking into herself, with tears pooling in her eyes. So, I was literally about to say throw up. Just throw up. And, like, I couldn't remember where to go after that. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Thank you for the cheer, Marks. So, I had a weird thought as I was reading this, so I might be doing something. But before I do that, a couple things. I want to hear from the audience, from the chat. Why do you think Scribe found the breaking plates beautiful? And why do you think that she shrunk with tears pooling in her eyes at the end? What do you think was going on with her, especially if you don't know her character? So the thing is that I don't know how noticeable it is, and like, do be honest with me if it is noticeable, but I feel like I am significantly better at like voicing dialogue than narration. How do I describe it? I don't know exactly how to describe it, but it's just like when it's dialogue, it's like this is a person and they have a certain inflection to what they're saying and there's emotion to what they're saying. But narration is just narration. It's just how the story is told. And like there isn't necessarily any inflection or, depending on how it's told. But I think it's just not as exciting to me. It doesn't have as much of a voice to it for me, and so I think that kind of comes through with how I end up voicing it. And so like it's funny because some start like this where it's like it's full of energy and silliness and stuff like that is like kind of incongruous with like how I end up doing my narration as a lot more flat. And so I came up with, as I was reading, I came up with an experiment of like, okay, if this were in first person and I was voicing it in like Scribe's voice, what would that do to how I read it? So indulge for me for a moment as I attempt to hear what that would sound like. I just want to know, like, just for my own, I don't know, thoughts or peace of mind. We'll see how easy it is to switch it. Okay. Broken Beauty, or Why Are You Like This? Chronicles of the Dragon, Scribe by Maker Chem. 280 words. I tossed a plate onto the kitchen island, then started looking for ingredients for a fruit roll-up sandwich. Peanut butter was a must. Maybe some pickles, if they had the sweet kind. If we had the sweet kind. I thought I saw potato chips last night, but Squatch might have eaten them all. Oh, and bread. Duh. I tossed the loaf over my head and onto the counter. Hit the plate, spinning it around and across the counter. I turned, arms full, and dumped the chips, and the pickles, and the peanut butter, and the fruit roll-ups, and the mayo, and the can of orange soda onto the counter. The peanut butter rolled and bumped the plate off the edge. The plate hit the floor and shattered. I froze as the sound rang through the kitchen, the ceramic shards spinning and bouncing across the floor, the ringing and tinkling of the ceramic echoing in my head. A smile slowly formed on my face. When the pieces stopped and the noise silenced, I slowly reached for another plate and dropped it. This one didn't break with as much energy, so I grabbed another and threw it onto the floor. This time it exploded, shards shooting across the floor, bouncing off the walls, and the crash echoing off the walls. Light sparkled off the pieces, littering the floor, almost looking like stars. I couldn't stop myself. Didn't want to stop myself from smiling. Giggling excitedly, I reached for another plate. What the hell are you doing? It's so pretty, I chimed. It's not pretty, it's a fucking mess, Gia said, pushing me out of the way. I backed away, shrinking into myself, with tears pooling in my eyes. I don't know if I should clap again or not. But, so I'm super curious to hear in the chat, like, did that sound just different, or did it sound better? And not so much in the sense of, like, how the story is told, though you can answer that as well, but just in terms of, like, how I narrated it. Do you feel like the emotion and inflection of the narration itself was better, the same, or worse as it was last time? Collapse and Leo vomiting again! Nice. All right, but let's get into it. I think I'll come back to the title. The beginning is super fun. I love the wackiness of the sandwich that she's making, and that might be part of like the narration thing, because like even though I know what she's making, whenever I come to the store, I'm like, yes, normal, okay, going to the kitchen island, trying to get ingredients for a sandwich. She just said fruit roll-ups, you know. It is very much has the vibes of Buddy the Elf putting marshmallows and syrup and other sugary things all over his spaghetti, you know, so I think that's great. Very, very fun vibes. I love and bread, duh. Very, very cute. As usual, my critique for saying Squatch's name here is that, saying the relationship would be a lot more understandable for newcomers. So saying something like, she thought she saw potato chips last night, but one of her team might have eaten them all. Like, you can immediately understand that, no problem. But Squatch might make you be like, who's Squatch? Is he a Sasquatch? Is this a dog? Who is this? Who is this creature? Whereas just one of her teammates immediately, no problems. I love your polysyndeton here of just and the. That's great, just to show that it's just the sheer volume of crazy ingredients more than the ingredients themselves that it's about. What did you say about the mayo? You said something the other day about like you choosing mayo, and I had a response to that I didn't say in the moment. So what was it that you said? And then I like that it's, you know, just her making this wacky sandwich that ends up inadvertently knocking it off. I think that's very, like, maybe aside from how crazy the sandwich is, it's pretty realistic that that's how that would happen, you know? So I really like this story for the prompt, and I think it works well because there's a literal brokenness. There's a literal broken plate, and she sees beauty in that brokenness. That works totally well. And then I especially love that it goes to this deeper level of that she feels broken, and that Kia is treating her like she's broken, like something's wrong with her. And so like we as the reader, and like granted, I mean, I'll probably come back to this, but we as the reader can see that there's beauty in her. We can be like, oh, it's so cute. She's making a silly sandwich, and like, oh, like that's kind of cute that she actually sees the beauty in the broken plate. And so then you feel sad, you know, with her, or at least I did, when, you know, her, I don't know, creativity doesn't feel like the right word, but, you know, like, I don't know, creative spirit is squashed, and stuff. I don't know how I would feel if it was only the latter use, because I might have been like, I would have liked to get more explicit beauty in there, but I think the fact that you have the actual broken plate that she clearly thinks is beautiful, then I think that helps the more metaphorical thing work really well. But that being said, I do feel like, especially because this is kind of a strange thing for someone to see beauty in a broken plate. Not like completely out of the realm of possibility, but it's a little odd for someone to see it as something beautiful rather than a mess. It's in itself beautiful to see beauty in that, but also strange. And so even though I know Scribe and I know that overall she's kind of strange, and like I can believe that she would do or like or think something strange, I still feel like I need a little more info on why she thinks that it's beautiful. And I actually only realized on this reading that I think part of the problem is Scribe froze as the sound rang through the kitchen, the ceramic shards spinning and bouncing across the floor, the ringing and tinkling of the ceramic echoing in her head. None of that is necessarily positive. That's neutral. It's just like, this is what's happening. It is, it's spinning, it's bouncing, it's ringing, it's tinkling, like, and I think a lot of us, all of that would be, oh no. All of that would be like, oh no, it's spinning, it's bouncing, it's ringing, it's tinkling, ah, bad, I broke it. And so then when she smiles, we're like, why are you smiling, bud? Like, what's going on? Why is that a good thing? Like, I'm freaking out internally. And so then you just go straight from the smile to she does it again, and you're like, okay, what's up? Like, why are you enjoying this? What's going on? It didn't break as much energy. Like, okay, so like, I guess she liked the energy. That's what she wanted. Okay, it's exploding, shards shooting, bouncing, the crash. Again, like, these are kind of like, I don't know if inherently negative, but like, I think a lot of us have a reaction to that. And so even though you can tell she's obviously enjoying it because she's smiling and she's doing it again, we're kind of like, why though? You know, why are you into this? And you do have this line of they look like stars, and that is definitely my favorite line regarding showing what she thinks is beautiful. But it's kind of the only line that explicitly tells us something that she thinks is beautiful about it. And it's a comparison. Like, it's not about the sound was beautiful or the energy was beautiful. It's just about it looked like stars and that was kind of nice. And so it's a great image, and I like that it's there, but it's not quite enough for me to understand, you know, where she is in her head. And so I can, like I said, I can kind of accept, okay, like, she likes it because she's kind of weird. That's fine. But I want to be in her head. You know, I want to know what she thinks is beautiful about it. And so, especially because you had 70 words left to go, I absolutely think that the place to put those words is in describing what she loves about it. That, you know, I haven't thought of exactly what you could do, but, you know, and, like, I guess, like, comparisons, I was kind of, I guess comparisons could help, because, like, even if you added to just what you have here or something, like, you know, the ringing and tinkling off the ceramic echoing in her head like little birds, you know, or like little Christmas bells. Just like having a positive comparison there, like you have with the stars later in the visual, then that alone can make us go, oh, the tinkling is good, the ringing is good, rather than, oh no, tinkling and ringing, bad. Well, we see this as bad, you know? And I guess that is kind of the thing that, like, I think most of us are probably, unfortunately, more with Kia here. And so, because, of course, the story wants us to be with Scribe, I want to be with Scribe. I want to know why she thinks this, and I want to think it along with her. And so, only knowing the action of what's happening and not knowing the why of why she's doing it and what she's thinking, you know, puts a little distance between me and her. So yeah, so I think I take back what I said about, like, oh, it's a comparison, and that's kind of an issue. I don't think it's the comparison that's the issue. I think it's just that it's visual, and it's the only comparison we have, the only positive image we have. So yeah, if you added more comparisons, I think that could help. And, like, even if you had lines of, like, even if you just had a plain line of, like, it was beautiful, you know, like, if you had, like, ringing and tinkling of ceramic, she saw the pattern of, you know, the shattered ceramic on the floor, a smile slowly formed on her face. It was beautiful. Like, even just telling us that straight would be helpful. Again, that wouldn't quite get me into her head, but it would at least get me out of the, oh, this is bad, but actually you like it, apparently, you know? Okay, the ad has arrived. Oh no, Sam Weller won't be able to join today. That's too bad, but hopefully we'll see you in the VOD. So, last time on Writing Group stream, I was telling you about my trip to Denver. Hi, Kitty. I can show you, Kitty. I think I can. I'll tell you about my trip to Denver. Oh, there's two. Can I show you both?
Can you see both? Oh, you're so cute, baby. Oh, you're adorable.
And I was showing you the merch that I got. That I got from the trip, and I was gonna show you more. I did not prep myself. Oh no! I was thinking, I was like, if I pet him, is he gonna get up? Sure enough.
Sure enough, baby. Baby Munch. Oh no, I don't want you to get up though. Oh no.
I don't know. I can't tell what you can see. I think I see feet.
Oh baby. Snotty boy.
Yes. I did not prep and bring them, but I can go get them. But there's only a minute left on this one, so I think I'll do it next time and just let you have kitty time this time. But yeah, I won't go over the whole story again. So, I guess.
Meow.
I guess, would you guys want me to try my best to like make a video, because it's gonna be pretty hard to, you know, find all the ads in a 6-hour stream, so because I was gonna be like, I guess go to that stream and find the ads, but that's gonna be super tedious, and so maybe I oughta try and find the ads myself and stick them all together as one video and post it to the channel and be like, okay, here's the Denver story if you want to hear it. I don't know. I mean, maybe I should wait until I've shown all the merch and then put all of it into one video.
Kitty, kitty. Yeah. Oh, the cute. The little feet. Did you see her foot? I don't know if you can see her foot. There's the foot. There it is. Is that the end of the ad? Do we end the ad on kitty foot? Kitty paw? You're so cute.
All right. Oh, yes. Okay. And then the other thing about it is that, in addition to what I was saying, I do have the benefit of knowing who Scribe is and a little bit about, you know, why she might be doing this. But other people won't. But newcomers specifically won't. And so I did read the story to my dad, and he had a lot of explanations. I wish I wrote down all his theories. That's one thing I didn't. But he had a lot of theories on why she might be doing this. Like, one is that she's a child. Another is that, like, something's a little wrong in her brain. Another is that she's high. You know, like, this is not a normal thing to do. And so a newcomer like that might come up with lots of explanations that none of which are right, and some are a little like, oh, I don't like that you thought that, you know, kind of things. And so that is kind of, so that's another reason to try and get a little bit more in her head of like, why does she find this beautiful? But the other thing about it is this is, I think, one of the more complicated universe things. And granted, it might just be there is no way to do this. You just have to live with the fact that newcomers might think that she's a little, I don't know, a lot of different things. She's little, she's a little drugged up, or, you know, she got the wires crossed in her brain. I don't know. I think there was at least one more thing, but I don't remember what it was. What was I saying? Oh, but yeah, so like, I know that she is an alien, and she doesn't know that she's an alien. And so she's new to Earth, and she's new to being human. But all she thinks is that she has amnesia. And so, because, you know, she's an alien and new to all of this, yeah, like, she's gonna be new to plates breaking. And as an alien, she might have a totally different perspective than a normal human would have, especially at that age. But the thing is, she doesn't know. And so, like, if she knew, sure, you could have, like, a line of exposition in there of, like, ah, yes, Scribe, being from the planet Globnar, you know, had never seen plates before, also had never seen sandwiches. You know, you could say... I was trying to figure... I was like, I know Globnar is something. It is the Gravity Falls, like, time tournament. That's what it is. She came here from the time tournament, from Globnar. She got her time wish. Something went wrong. Maybe this happened to her because somebody tried to steal her time wish. Crossover fan fiction. But anyway, so, like, if she knew, then you'd say that directly. But she doesn't know, and so you can't say that, like, she's an alien and like, give a quick explanation on why she's acting a little wacky. And so the question is, like, okay, we want to avoid people thinking that, like, she is a child or high or something's wrong, you know, in her head. But we can't say that she's an alien. And so, like, is there a way to find a middle ground to fix those problems, or is it just like you gotta live with, you know, one or the other? I'm not really sure. So if any of you in the chat have ideas, do say. But I think the best idea that I came up with was just to have a little more exposition at the beginning of, like, what she's doing is objectively weird. And so I think the exposition, or not the exposition, like the action of the sandwich at the beginning is meant to convey, hey guys, she's a little weird in general. But I think you could directly say, like, you know, Scribe was, at least according to her other teammates, a little bit of a weirdo. You know, she's starting to make the sandwich and put the fruit roll-ups on and everything, and then you could have the narration kind of go, according to her teammates, she was a little bit of a weirdo. She liked to do this, she liked to do that, and yes, she liked to make fruit roll-up sandwiches. But, you know, that was her. That was fun for her, you know. You could... I think that if you did call that out specifically, that might help, you know, with the, like, explanations and stuff that my dad came up with, and just make you go, oh, there's a reason for it. She a little weird. And you don't have to say that she's, like, an alien, you know? My name is Scribe of Globnar. I broke your plates. Prepare to cry. But the other thing I was gonna say about my whole alien thing is then that kind of runs into the problem. Well, actually, let's talk about this other part before I talk about that part. So this is the part that's related to the challenge. So, when I was reading this to my dad, he was saying, for this story, like, because I was explaining, like, the alien stuff and stuff like that, and he was like, for this story, I think you should just make her a normal person. And, like, he had an idea of, like, you know, that Squatch was a dog, and it's like, oh, for this story, maybe make Squatch a dog or something like that. And, like, I didn't say this, but I was, like, kind of sitting there going, but that's not the story, though. Like, she's not a normal human, and Squatch is not a dog. And, because that's kind of the thing with these universe stories, right? That we do our darndest to try to make them stand alone and make them something that newcomers to the universe can understand. But obviously there's always background and world building and stuff in there. And so, like, yes, there are things, like, I think Marx calls them, like, plot ghosts or continuity ghosts or something, where it's like, yes, this character would be in the scene, in the actual, if this was, like, actually a scene in the book, but they don't need to be here for the short story and will only add confusion, so they're not here in the short story. Like, you can totally do that, and, like, I've done that before, and that's fine. But to me, that's different from, like, taking a character and being like, oh, I need to make it more understandable to newcomers, so I'm just going to erase the backstory I have and make them a normal person. You know, I'm gonna erase the backstory they have and make them a dog. Like, you know... I'm not gonna do that, you know, that kind of thing. That I still want to write the story in my universe, and if like you take those kinds of things away, well then it's like not even in the universe anymore. And yes, there's like AUs and stuff, and like sure it can be fun to be like, I'm gonna write a pirate AU or a modern day AU or something, and like there are reasons that can work. But like I don't know if I'm describing it well because you weren't there. But something like that where it's like, this is definitely a person, they're a person in the universe. Just for this story, I'm not going to make them a dog because that makes the story flow better. But that made me think that could be an interesting challenge. That you have a universe that's full of these wacky, fantastical things like, you know, aliens and superheroes and stuff like that. And what would happen if you just make it all very realistic and very grounded? Like, it's your universe, it's the same people, it's the same scene, but you take all, like, the fantastical universe stuff out for the express purpose of making it easily understandable to newcomers. Like, I do not suggest that as, like, a general thing to always do in your stories. Like, you know, I don't suggest turning your characters into dogs and changing these kinds of things just to make them understandable. But I think that it would be a valid challenge to just play around with and see what happens and stuff like that. I should have said this earlier, but I recall that one of my own stories that I had read to him, like, it had a line somewhere of Savion saying, like, before I became human, or when I became human, or something like that. And he was like, yeah, I don't think you need that for this story. And I was like, but, like, it's the whole reason that this is happening. So, like, why would it not be there? And now I realize that's why he was saying that, is because he was trying to say, oh, just take out the fantastical, you know, for this short story so the newcomers will understand it. And, like, that doesn't work because it's like, well, none of this would have happened if that didn't happen. So, like, no, I can't take that out because sure, that's a universe thing, and sure, maybe newcomers don't need to know it. But if I take that out, like, I'm taking out the entire reason that this scene is even here. And so it's like that kind of thing. And so, yeah, so it's kind of like, you know, what if I took that out? What if it was just like, okay, that's not a thing anymore. That's not a thing in this particular scene. What does that mean for the scene? Does that completely change or erase the scene? What does that do? What does that mean, you know? So I don't know. I don't know if it's a good challenge, but I thought it was some interesting food for thought. What was the other part of it? Only tell us who the characters are by what they say. Yeah, I didn't understand this one as much. This is the one he explicitly said was him spying a challenge, but I think it was kind of also about, like, the world building stuff that sometimes will, in, like, exposition and description stuff, say, like, this character was like this and did that. And, like, also here's world building stuff for the universe, rather than just, like, showing who they are through only their dialogue and stuff. So I don't know if it's a good challenge, but it's kind of an interesting idea of, like, get to know a character through their dialogue. I guess it would be kind of similar to how Steven's story last week went, just in dialogue, only knowing about this character through what they say and how they act and not actually describing them and stuff. But yes, so that's the reason for the challenge. Anyways. So other than, like, the critiques I've given, I do like your descriptions of what's happening there. I think that does work very well. I don't know how I feel about this line, because when I start to read, Scribe couldn't stop herself, didn't want to stop herself, and I thought that was kind of going into a direction of, like, she couldn't stop herself. Like, she couldn't stop herself from continuing to do this, continuing to break the plates, you know. She couldn't stop herself, didn't want to stop herself. She grabbed another plate and another, you know, that kind of thing. And then the next line is, from smiling. And so on the one hand, I feel like that's kind of a cool, like, reversal of what's expected. And on the other hand, I feel like that ends up making the smile less impactful because I was expecting something much bigger. And so it kind of feels like, would that be a light to tea? I don't know. Like, it feels like it would go with the, I guess, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but I guess I'll say like underwhelming. That's not quite the word, but it makes the smile and end up kind of underwhelming. So I don't know, like, but this is a very clever, I don't know how I feel about it for this, but this is a very clever writing technique in the sense of, you like create this build up, right? It's like she couldn't stop herself. She didn't want to stop herself. Ooh, what's the next word gonna be? You know, so that's definitely a writing technique I recommend using. And then I think the end works very well, where Gia shows up and is kind of thinking what maybe the audience was thinking, unfortunately, but what a lot of more normal people would think. And stops her and, you know, probably doesn't realize that she's not just cleaning up a mess, but she's squashing her fun and she's squashing her creativity. And so I think that takes the story to a deeper place. Like, it would work for the prompt if it was just, yep, she broke a plate, she thought it was beautiful, but taking it to this other plate of like, hey, she thinks that it's beautiful, and other people would see that as something broken about her, but it's not, you know, but it's actually something beautiful about her. I think that's a really cool thing. And so I'm not sure that that every reader would understand why that she's like shrinking into herself, which is why I asked you guys what you thought. My dad definitely didn't. But I knowing the character, I did like that and think that worked. That that she like really cares about what was happening, and she feels like her personality is kind of being stifled, you know, through these kinds of things. Alrighty, Rue. Vomit moths. Is that our version of Hanahaki's disease? Is you have moths in the belly and they need to be thrown up? What would be the cause? It has to be something other than falling in love. It has to be something to do with the writer group. Would it be that this is the general response to seeing the flesh horse in the flesh is that you get the vomit moth disease? Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate, Ironlung, Marks, Ghoulish, and Meiku. Marks, I thought that, Arachnar, Childlike Wonder. Marks, I thought she was reveling in the beauty and chaos, but didn't like being yelled at, so it does sound like you guys got it. They said, I really don't know. I'm somewhat familiar with Mecha Cam's stories, but like most writing group stories, they're out of order, so I don't know exactly where this fits. Taken on its own, the tears kind of came out of nowhere, and it seemed like they should have had more explanation, so fair enough. Marks, this works very well for a first-person story, I'd say. Nice. I mean, aesthetically, broken porcelain is very pleasing, and the idea here seems to be like a mosaic. Shards, things born of chaos, being arranged, order into an image or pattern. Interesting. Oh yeah, it also reminds me of, like, the episode of The Big Bang Theory where, like, Sheldon is trying to figure something out, you know, some sort of, like, physics equation or something that's just, like, really stumping him. And so he's like keeping himself from sleeping, and he's doing all of these really wacky things to try and figure it out. None of it's working. And then he like decides to go work at the Cheesecake Factory, and he ends up as a busboy breaking a plate, or maybe somebody else breaks it, I'm not sure. But like a plate, and I think like a bunch of peas and stuff get spilled, and then he's like, the pattern, like, it's a wave, you know, and then nobody knows what he's talking about. But it did make me think of that like, in that chaos, you might see a pattern, you know, in that chaos, you might actually see something beautiful. Actually, that sounds more personal to describe, so better. The second reading, gotcha. Mr. Strangely. This reminds me of a scene from A Monster Calls, though in the movie it was sort of a moment of a kid venting his anger and frustration. Here is largely written with a lot of whimsy, which is suddenly contradicted by the reprimanding at the end. Having no prior context before reading this, I'm left somewhat confused. Gotcha, fair. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it is interesting that it's not like, this is a catharsis, or this is a vent, or, you know, it's not even just like, woohoo, this is a moment of awesomeness. It's like there's a moment of beauty here that immediately gets squashed and clamped down on. And so instead of it being a message of, well, I mean, it is still a message of like, let your weirdness shine, you know, like that kind of thing. Like there is that, you know, more dark ending where it's not just the beauty, it's also the like, there are people who are gonna try and squash what you think is beautiful, you know. Do you have any, Mr. Strangely, do you have any other, like, thoughts on what specifically confused you about it? Was it specifically the end? Marks, I suppose if she saw herself as broken and beautiful, she felt like she was being called a mess. Ooh, yeah, that's a great point. And I also know from Mako, I don't know that I should go into it, but this also is meant to mirror the reason that she ended up becoming human in the first place. The reason that she is not currently an alien. The situation that caused that very much mirrors this as well. And so even though, like, she doesn't remember that, you know, it's still in her somewhere. And so it would hurt even more that it's like the same thing is happening again. Like, this was supposed to, like, I mean, I don't know that she would be thinking this was supposed to help, or if she would remain defiant about that situation. But here too, it's like, oh, it happened again, you know. Mako, after the fact, I was wondering if I should have made it chocolate syrup, but on the other hand, the rest of the sandwich is so weird, the normalcy of the mayo seems weird. So I couldn't decide which would, after the fact, I was wondering, oh, okay, you just ended up repeating. So, mayo is normal on a sandwich, mayo sure ain't normal on this sandwich. So, like, my response to that is that the mayo works, but not because it's normal. The mayo works because actually, in this sandwich, the chocolate syrup would make more sense. So that it would be like, oh yeah, okay, like peanut butter, fruit roll-ups, chocolate syrup, like, okay, like these are all more desserty foods, like, okay. Especially with that, you know, orange soda and pickles still sounds disgusting, but like, okay, that's a little bit better. You throw mayo on there, it's like, okay, like, I might have been able to handle this before, but you threw the mayo on and I'm out, you know, kind of thing. So, yeah, it's not because the normalcy of the mayo is weird. I mean, I guess it's the normalcy of mayo in the sense that the rest of it isn't. But, yeah. I think the mayo worked because it was a savory thing that was completely against a lot of the other ingredients, and a particularly disgusting ingredient if used improperly. If used with, like, desserts and stuff. Okay, I guess Marks disagrees. I love the normalcy of the mayo. Ooh, there's an idea of creation and destruction here. Maybe expounding upon it would be a good idea. Interesting. Yes, exactly. I swear my gut clenches whenever a glass or ceramic plate falls and I grip myself for the coming shatter. Exactly. There's a Greek tradition of breaking plates. Did the Greeks have rage rooms? What's this tradition? Like, I was thinking of it sounding musical, which is why I used ringing instead of shattering. And then the energy, motion, and chaos in the pieces. I tried to use positive adjectives, but I can see how it needed more. Yeah, and on my side, I can now see how you used positive adjectives, but yeah, I needed more. I think part of it is just because, like, I think generally your reader is going to have such a negative reaction to breaking plates, and so just, like, yes, ringing and tinkling are positive, but it's not enough to be like, wow, this is awesome and beautiful. It's like, yeah, they sure do that, but it broke did. But it's bad. You know, this is not good. Yeah, so I guess I do think that is a good writing technique. That is a writing technique that I absolutely recommend, that with a scene like this, when you have a character that's like, I see this as beautiful, absolutely choosing more positive verbs is for sure the way to go, and definitely what I recommend. And in some cases, that itself will be enough. But in this particular case, I just need a little more. Yes, pal. For me, the world stops for like 3 seconds once the plate shatters. Exactly. Briefly, the Greek tradition of smashing plates is all about releasing negativity and celebrating new beginnings. May even ward off evil spirits. They do have ancient Greek rage rooms. Your own personal rage room out in the street for Christmas, for Saturnalia, or whatever it is. I'm sure it was for one of their many holidays. It's party time. See everyone in the future. Nice. That is an amazing send-off that I need to remember now. All right, see y'all in the future. All right. I think that scribe is a little cocaine gremlin. I don't know if he thought cocaine. He probably thought, like, I don't know, marijuana or something, but I don't know. This is the stuff that caused my story for this prompt to originally get shelved before. The, like, fantastical stuff, you were like, oh, you know, it's too... Nobody's gonna understand. There's too much universe stuff in there. Interesting. Arachnia, that's an interesting point. Lots of my stories started out as stories that happen in a specific universe, but for the sake of better flow and reception, I often choose to clean the specificities and make them pure standalone. Especially considering the word limit for those stories, this usually feels like a better fit for me. And interestingly, cleaning the universe up makes some ideas come up differently, and that might help in bringing out some really cool new ideas on how the story could develop and how that could, in some cases, end up retrofeeding into the universe it was originally plucked from. Interesting. So, yeah, so that's just something that you do all the time, that for you, it's like... The stories are supposed to be one-offs, and so you're like, yes, I took this from a universe, but we're gonna rip the sinews, and we're gonna take it out of the universe, and we are going to let it stand on its own. That's very interesting. Yeah, I think it's interesting, because I think it's more difficult with some universes than others, because like I was saying, like, for my universe, like, Savion and Lestaire having been wolves and now being humans is, like, the crux of the story and is a huge part of it. And, like, yeah, of course, there's, like, broader, more broad and I don't know, broader things going on in the story, too. That's a very specific and fantastical thing that, like, changes and... Kitty? Oh, not Kitty. But changes, and I'm very distracted. I'm gonna let my dad do his thing before I resume. I don't, if you heard that beep before, that was his printer finishing its print.
And Bo wants in too. There is Kitty too. Come here, Kitty.
My dad had to, like, kind of, like, kick his butt a little bit to get him in. Not hard, of course, just, like, a little, like, get in.
Hi, baby. Hi
there. But anyway, so, like, this is a super important thing that, like, causes and changes everything. And so, like I said, in my case, if I'm like, yes, it's divorced from the universe, they're just normal people, then it's like... Well, first of all, then none of this happens. And second of all, if it does, now it's boring. Like, the angst is the fun part. Like, if it's just like a normal person dating another normal person and another person having a brother who's a normal person, then it's like, that's not the story I want to tell. That's not interesting to me at all. And so... yeah, for stuff like that, is that just like, yeah, it's undivorceable from the universe, or would there be a way to get, to do that challenge with stuff like mine? And like, what do you guys, I mean, I guess I can make that the midstream question today. I could ask, like, if you think that your universe can be, divorced from itself or not. There you go. Guess I was thinking that smile is a positive reaction. Expect negative reaction to breaking dishes. So she didn't want to stop herself from smiling at the destruction. I think part of the thing is you did already say that she smiled. Like, you actually used the smile as, like, the entire positive thing in this previous one, where it's like I was saying, like, oh no, the sound rings, the shards, the ringing. She's smiling, huh? So, like, that is present earlier, and so then doing it again, like, I think that's the other reason it's kind of underwhelming, is because, like, okay, that is kind of, not only did you do that before, it was a similar structure of, like, waiting, smile, but, and then, the thing about, like, the smile, yes, that is a positive reaction, and so that does make the reader kind of go, like, what? Oh, why is she smiling? But it doesn't tell you what she actually thinks, it's, again, like, she could be, like, a little cocaine gremlin. He's like, hee, pretty patterns, just because she's being a little cocaine gremlin.
Kitty. Hi. Hi. Hi, beautiful.
And so making it clear, like, okay, she's smiling, interesting. Okay, why is she smiling? What does she like about it? Then would be good. Pal, so I kind of had some context that Scribe was an alien when I read the story, so it seemed to make sense to me. Or like a celestial entity. Very fair. Very fair. You threw the mayo on. Now I'm out. Excellent. Yes. It's just strange. Honestly, I agree with your earlier assessment, and that the story depicts everything with no real concrete idea of what you're supposed to get out of it. You see the events that take place, that you don't have enough of any idea what's running through her head as she does it. Everything by itself just looks like a child breaking things and an adult punishing them. Yeah, very, very well put. Yeah, I think that's just it, is that we have the surface layer, and the surface layer works well as itself, and, like, it's an interesting story already, but we don't have the layer back here of, like, what she's internally thinking and feeling.
Meow.
And, like, you have a little bit of it, and, like, it's looking like stars, and in your word choice of, like, ringing and tinkling and stuff like that, but it still is, it's, like, just a little bit back from the surface level, and so just getting more in here, would be helpful. Actually, for drugs, I think a psychedelic, like, LSD or mushrooms would be better. Fair. I don't know what Mako is saying, oh, right, and sigh. Addie K about, I'm sorry if that sigh is a I am discouraged sigh. That is never the intention here. Squatch sounds like a person's nickname, so I immediately was like, this is likely a person with big feet. Fair. Oh, and then, real quick, the title. So, not something we see a lot of, like, the two titles thing. I think it works, even though it's kind of rare. But the thing is, I'm not sure it works with this particular one. Because the thing is, this is basically just the prompt. Like, this is what we came here for. This is what we're expecting. And so, I don't feel like it really adds anything to say both of these. I think that this one is a very interesting and insightful title, because that gives you insight into that deeper level of, like, why are you like this? Is the thing that Kia might be about to say. And so it's like, oh, she's always like this. She's always a little weird. And so I think that, at least if it doesn't answer, the questions you're asking, it starts to, or it gives you a little nugget of an answer to the questions. And so I definitely would recommend just this as the title. All right. Very enjoyable story, Mako. I liked it a lot. I hope I didn't critique you too heavily. Let us go on to Lee's. I don't know if I should let the kitty out or not. Well, as I say that, he meows, so maybe that's a sign.
Must you go? Must you? Oh no, your little ear. Oh, little itchy. Oh, little itchy baby.
Bella's just sitting here with a look on her face like, "Are you interrupting my nap?" Okie dokie. Aww. I mean, I would ask why you're frustrated with yourself, but I guess you're just feeling like you wish that you had done more of the things that I'm talking about, so I'm sorry that makes you feel frustrated with yourself. That is not the intention or the goal. Alright. Incompatible. RMH by Lee Strangely. 317 words. Setting locked. Mel's hand twitched with each shock as it kept the exposed wires at bay. Meanwhile, her other hand plunged the tool deeper into her open chest. Setting locked. Warning. System interference. Warning. She made contact with another pile of glowing circuitry. A flurry of sparks shot out into the dim, dusty closet as her body jolted and triggered an unprompted yelp. Setting open. Mood synth active. Mel? Mel's defensive protocols kicked in as her arms snapped together over the hole left by her missing chest plate. Perry's eyes lit the doorway. Is everything all right? I am operational. Perry walked over to Mel, directing the opening behind her arms. You're in need of repair. She rushed up Mel's arms out of the way, reaching down in. Mel clutched Perry's wrist. No, I do not require. Perry's other hand delved in anyway. There was another spark as Mel burst into artificial laughter, before immediately covering her mouth. Mel tried resisting. No, do not. System repaired. Setting locked. Mel went silent. Her face changed in hue as the motors beneath ran hot. Is everything all right? Perry asked. Mel turned away. No. Perry leaned in, seeing Mel's face locked like it was trying to execute a program that wasn't there. I am not compatible with Oz, Mel stated. I don't understand. Oz's interactions with me are unique. One of Mel's upper facial motors began to give out, causing a minor leak. But I cannot respond in kind. I am defective, but I require him. Oz was programmed specifically for human interaction. So am I. For office work, not intimacy, Perry clarified. Has Oz also come to this conclusion? Mel hesitated. Undetermined. Perry automatically smiled, wiping away some of the fluid. I believe you need more information. How do I retrieve it? Perry picked up the chest plate, reattaching it to Mel. Perhaps you should make Oz aware of your requirement. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Mood synth sounds like a synthesizer you play with your emotions. I don't think this is what a synthesizer is, but now I'm just imagining a theremin, but it like controls your emotions and you're like, sad, happy! I require him. Aw, robot love, yes. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate and Ghoulish. I think this story is super cute. Let's read Lee's note. Lee says, I don't even remember when I started writing this one or what prompt it was intended for. Either way, it seemed to fit for this prompt, so I decided to take another crack at it. I know it ends a little abruptly, and after fighting both myself, the story, and now my own computer to get it posted, I'm just happy to have finished it. Questions. Was there enough to distinguish Mel and Perry as characters? Due to the word and character limitations, it left very little room for descriptions beyond the absolutely necessary, leaving Perry not as fleshed out compared to Mel. The idea was that Perry was a later model of android with better socialization and emotive skills compared to Mel. I imagine Mel having had actual emotive capabilities, but the tech was so old and primitive that was deemed liability and shut off by her manufacturers. 2. Does the conversation flow smoothly, or at least smoothly enough? Again, limitations have forced me to cut and condense things. I wanted Perry to sound more human, but still somewhat artificial, like a sanitized therapy AI. Mel was meant to be more robotic, but was grappling with concepts, feelings that she couldn't immediately define. 3. It still surprises me how well the previous story managed to turn out, how it did, and be so well liked. And just like with it, I continued the theme of robots experiencing human things through their specific and somewhat ambiguous lens. Even if the other parts of the story have their faults, does this aspect of the story work here?
Oh, kitty's up.
Yeah, so, like, I think that, like, the minute that I saw the robot, like, words, like, setting locked and stuff, I think I was like, is this another one about the robots in love? It was, in fact, another one about the robots in love. And yes, I absolutely loved that one, and I really love this one. I don't know if I like this one more than the other one. I didn't reread the other one before this one. But I love them both. I think this is fantastic and very well done. So my critiques are probably going to be more nitpicky because I think that the story is quite solid. But let's get into it. So, as I said, a little bit nitpicky. But I think when you start with, is it kept the exposed wires at bay, then we're probably going to think the exposed wires are anywhere but inside her, you know, especially because, like, you know, you might not immediately know that she is a robot. And so you might be thinking some exposed wires on a machine or on a spaceship or something like that. And so then when she's plunging a tool into her open chest, it's like, what is happening? Are you okay? No, you're not okay. What's happening? And so I do think that this is one of those cases where, like, not hiding what's happening and, like, immediately being very clear about, like, you know, the exposed wires in her chest or even, like, in her robotic chest or something, I think would be good. But I like, you know, the more robotic language and that we can tell something's happening inside her as she's doing this, even if we don't totally understand. Interesting that, like, I mean, I guess this isn't necessarily from her perspective specifically. It might be third limited or third omniscient. But pile is such, like, a disorganized word, so it's kind of interesting that you use pile there instead of something more orderly. I do like this image of she just, like, jolts and yelps and sends sparks out into the closet and stuff. It's funny, because I guess related to the plate thing, that the minute that you're like, she sent sparks into the closet, I'm like, the clothes are gonna catch on fire! Like, stop, why are you doing this in the closet? You know? But other than that, I think the image is very dynamic and interesting, and I like it a lot. I don't know how to feel about her, like, defensive protocols kicking in, because on the one hand, that totally feels like something that would be programmed. It's like, hey, something's wrong, your defensive protocol should make you cover it. On the other hand, yeah, I think I don't think you need a defensive protocol to do that. I think even if you're just thinking emotionally, you'd still do that. And so, but then again, maybe that's the point. Maybe the point is like, yeah, that's already just kind of a human thing to just be like, oh no, I'm covering up, you know, the problem area, but it's being treated as a defensive protocol here. So anyways. So I did not get that Perry was an android at all the first time I read it. I definitely thought that Perry was just a person. The only clue that you have that she is a robot is her eyes lighting the doorway. And for me, that wasn't enough. I think I might have questioned it, but I probably thought something like, you know how like cats' eyes will like light in the dark. Sure, I don't really know that human eyes do that, but that's kind of what I was thinking. Is just like maybe like there's like a light, maybe Mel has some light on her body and it like reflects in Perry's eyes or something like that, you know. It seemed a little weird, but not so out of the ordinary that I was like, robots. She's also a robot. So I do think that, and like, I don't think it's necessary to know that she's a robot. The story still works perfectly fine if you think that she's a human. But if you wanted us to know that she was a robot, I think that adding to her, like, dialogue tags more robotic things, like even something like, you know, I was about to say Mel felt the cool metal of Perry's hand on her wrist, but I don't know that she would feel that. I don't know how much feeling she has. But, you know, like, talking about, like, her having a metal wrist or something, or, like, metal hand, and stuff. I don't know. But, yeah, if you could get little nuggets of roboticness into her action and dialogue tags, that would help. I don't know that I can voice it as well as this sounds, but I can totally hear that as like a robot kind of fritzing out for a second. That works very well. It's kind of interesting that, like, you're in need of repair, and then Mel's like, yeah, I am. That's why I was repairing myself. So I didn't quite know exactly what was going on, and I think it's really interesting and great context that the manufacturers, like, she had capabilities for emotions, but it was a liability, so, like, the manufacturers somehow managed to turn that off, and so that's what the moon synth is, and she activates it, and then, and that's why the system interferes, because the system doesn't want her to. But knowing that, my question is, did Perry turn it off again? Was Perry like, oh, hey, I see you have a problem here. You turned your mood synth on. Let's turn that off again. Or did she just, like, you know, patch up the hole or something? And then I like the fact that, one of the reactions was laughter. I think it's really interesting regarding, like, the idea of the whole story that, like, they experience emotions and stuff like that. That instead of only having, like, robotic reactions, that she actually does have, like, an, I don't know, instinctual human reaction. Maybe that's a sign the mood synth is still active, is because it made her laugh. But I thought that was cool. I like this way of describing how she looks. I don't know how I feel about the word locked here, because I think in any other case I would be like, ooh, like, that's a great word for that. That's really interesting. But almost every time I've read it, I've been like, seeing Mel's face locked. Yes, locked. Because you said locked throughout the whole story, that the whole story was like setting locked. And so I think that maybe using a word that you didn't already use a lot might have been good there, but I do really like that image. And I like that you're using this robotic language for these more emotional things. And of course, the "I require him" is one of the best lines. That is such a fantastic way to convey a robot being in love, because, like, it's a very, like, you know, techie sounding thing, that it's not poetic and gooey and, emotional. It's just like very matter of fact and technical and stuff. But you hear that and you're like, yeah, you in love, girl. That's what that means. Is like you need him in your life. That is so good. I like the little like background that okay, like what is happening? Like why is she having this struggle? Well, they were both programmed for human interaction, but different kinds of human interaction, and so it means that they're not compatible. But she's like, but I need him, so I need to be compatible. Let's get twisting and somewhere in my chest. I don't know. That sounds weird. And I am curious if, like, intimacy was your very, like, gentle way of saying that he's a sex robot, or if you were trying to say, like, no, he's just, like, a family robot, if he's for the home rather than the office. Either way, it works. But I'm just curious. And then I do like the, like, oh, like, has he come to this conclusion? And then again, the very, like, matter-of-fact, technical, undetermined, rather than, like, I don't know, And then I like that Perry kind of comes to her level and is like, I think you need more data. I think you need more info here. And like she knows, she seems to know what's going on, but she's using Mel's language. I think that's great. And then this has gotta be my favorite line that I love that way of phrasing things, that it's, you should make him aware of your requirement. And, like, please tell me that that's on the roster for future stories, is the scene where Mel goes up to him and tells him that she requires him, and how he reacts to that. I don't remember. I guess this might have been one of the reasons I didn't reread the other one, because I don't remember if Oz dies in the other one. I know something was going wrong, and I don't know if it was, like, him dying and then getting help, or if it was him fully dead by the end. But I'm scared. But going back to your questions. Yeah, there's definitely enough to distinguish them as characters, for sure. Like, it didn't sound like they were the same character, the same voice. And like I said, like, Perry didn't need to be fleshed out because the story was about Mel, and so it did not hinder the story that, like, I didn't totally understand what was up with Perry. And I can definitely see that her being, like, a much newer model of android that has, she's like a therapy AI or something like that. But it definitely just sounded like this was a person. Yeah, is everything all right? I'm trying to think if there's anything specific you could do into her dialogue to make her sound more in the middle to me, of, like, less human, but not as robotic as Mel. Because, like, I can see now, like, you're in need of repair. Okay, like, that sounds a little bit robotic, but it also sounds like something a person could say if they're like, oh, hey, bud, you're in need of repair. Like, let's patch you up. Oh, yeah, I forgot to say, I do like that her answer is, like, I am operational. And I guess that's another thing that made Perry seem more human, is that, like, a human would say, are you alright? Are you okay? And a robot would be like, I'm operational. And I like the fact that you can tell that it's like, no, I'm not alright, but I am operational. And that's kind of like the human thing of, like, I'm alive, I'm surviving, I guess if you had Perry say something like, you are operational, but are you functioning optimally? I think that might sound a little bit more robotic. If you separate the contractions, if you say, like, I do not, that, like Mel does, that would make her sound a little more robotic. I don't know if you could say something like, I do not compute, or switch them and say I don't compute, you know, instead of like understand. It kind of goes back to the word choice thing, that like maybe there are a couple of words of Perry's that you could have made a little bit more strange, for at least for me, but like, now that I know it, I can understand it, and I think it works. And again, I didn't need to know it for the story to work, but that's just if you wanted it to be clearer. I'm curious what their life is like, you know, what if these two robots, you know, like have an apartment somewhere and or like they're college roommates or something. Like, I'm curious what the situation is. And I'm also curious why Mel is in the closet. Again, I don't need to know for the story to work, but I'm definitely wondering. Yeah, I would absolutely say that the conversation flows smoothly. Or at least, like, you know, like Mel is trying not, because she says, like, I'm operational, she doesn't want to answer or stuff like that. And so, like, anything that's not smooth seems intentional. And so I could totally follow it. I think it worked very well. There's nothing in there that I was like, that doesn't make sense, you know? And yep, I totally saw the theme of robots experiencing things in their specific and somewhat ambiguous lens. It totally seemed like I said, her saying, I require him, that is her saying she's in love with him, but in a very robotic way. And so I think that came through superbly. And like there are not a whole lot of faults that I even see in the story. I think that you may have been a little harsh on yourself, because I think that you did a great job with this one. All right. Reminds me of the idea of, do androids dream of electric sheep, in which most characters are able to set a dial for their desired mood and emotional response. Interesting. For mood synth. Lee's looking at Asimov's iRobot and going, neat, but what if? Primary inspiration for these stories was the movie Heart Beeps. I have never heard of that. What's the summary? This particular story was inspired by the song scene Tears to Shed from Corpse Bride. Ooh, it's been a hot minute since I watched that. Is that the one where she's like at the piano singing and like, I don't know, I forget if it's like her hand or like a worm that was in her eye or something that like sings along with her and stuff, and she's all sad that like Victor loves someone else. Is that the one? My personal canon is that Oz started off as a sex robot, but was later converted for use as a taxi driver of sorts. Oh, that's kind of cute. Oh, and then you could create some really funny stories of like his early days as a taxi driver, and like how he accidentally says something a little too sexy, and then the passengers are like, what? Like, I'm calling robot resources. Like, oh, wait, sorry, there's something rattling. Is that you, or is that something the kitties are playing with? If it's this sound, it's me. It is dice that I found for my new fidget, my new old fidget. They're very old dice. I got them in on my last trip when I went to Disneyland in 2019. That's where I got those. What do I usually play with? I feel like I usually play with the dragon, but that's gonna crinkle crackle too. So you can let me know if you don't like it. Dice. Here's how would they decide their desired emotional response without an emotional response? Yeah, great point. All right. Great story, Lee. Would love to read more from this universe. Oh, yeah, and the prompt. I'm very surprised that this story was not written for the prompt, because I think that it works very well for it. That it's this idea of she thinks that she's broke. Oh, and there's the ad. I don't know. I think Lee's in a subscriber in the Discord, so he won't hear me. Okay, I guess I'll grab at least one of the things. If I don't already do it, when we get to the break, remind me to grab the other stuff downstairs. So, little backstory for this item. Oh, you maybe saw it a little bit. So I remembered to bring my pillow from home, but I did not remember that hotels have extremely thin, blankets. I don't know if you can even call them blankets. It feels like you get 2 sheets and that's it. Not 2 sheets to the wind, but 2 sheets. And I am used to sleeping A, with a lot of blankets, and B, with a weighted blanket. And that I did not bring. And so I was like, this is a huge problem. I was having so much trouble sleeping, in no small part because of that. I was tossing and turning. I threw a bunch of pillows on my legs to give it some weight, but, it's all janky and not great. And so I recalled that, that when we walked around the con, shopping floor area, that there were people selling blankets. And there was actually specifically, I forget if I told you about my mom and I's first foray into the con, but, she, my mom does not do well with crowds, and we have never brought her to a con because we did not think that she would like it, that it would be too crowded for her. But because my dad was going to be all busy with practice and stuff like that, she was like, I want to try it. I want to go for you, because she's awesome and super sweet and kind. And so she tried it out, but unfortunately it went horribly, and immediately she was not doing well and not having a good time, and that was making me not have a good time. And so we were walking around, and there's 6 seconds left in the ad. So I guess I'll leave you in suspense. I guess I will wait to show it next time. All right. You're apparently back. Okay, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I was talking about the prompt. I'm very surprised that the story was not written for the prompt, because I think it works very well for it. That she thinks that she's broken. I don't know if you use the word broken, but it's very clear that it's like something's wrong. And it's kind of in 2 ways, right? That she, I guess, or even in 3 ways. Like, 1, she thinks she's broken because she's not compatible with Oz, and she requires him, so she needs to be compatible, so something must be broken. 2, you could say that she's breaking herself by, doing twisting inside of her chest. And 3, Perry is like, you're in need of repair. You're broken right here in the closet right now. And so there's kind of 3 forms of broken. And then I think the beauty is pretty clear, because we're like, the robot love, so cute, and even Perry herself in the story is like, you should tell him about your requirement, and it's, I think she's smiling there. And so it seems that, this is interesting, because I do think this is one where, because this is a prompt that I felt like should be a lot, or not, maybe not a lot, but at least a little bit more blatant than I would usually recommend, because I'm usually out here being like, you shouldn't say the prompt in the story, that's a little cheesy, but I think in this case, I kind of would recommend saying the prompt in the story. And I think this is one where, at least for me, it worked that you didn't. It worked that you did not say anything about beauty, because it was very clear that this is a very beautiful thing to us that, you know, she's in love with him, even though she doesn't see it. And it's kind of cool that it's like two sides of the same coin, that she sees it as brokenness and we see it as beauty, you know? And so, and like, there's also the element of like, okay, if there's literally like a mood synth that needs to be active, there is kind of an element of I'm broken because I need this to be activated, you know? I need this, you know, I need to be, I feel like I'm broken because this is not active, and then I need to break myself by the manufacturer's standard to activate the beauty, for the beauty to happen. So I think that you did a great job with that. Indeed. I know the idea is not all that dissimilar than using a mood regulator medicine, with more control and the benefits, problems, and curious consequences of said technology existing and becoming widespread. The scene people usually remember about the story is a couple having an argument and they both threaten each other that they can dial their anger and annoyance if the other one doesn't back down. It's somewhat chilling. Interesting. The whole thing is establishing a contrast and parallelism between how humans and androids are operating. Interesting. So that's in Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? Coolidge, meanwhile, I go to bed with sheets over me and wake up with no sheets over me. You're the opposite. Nice. Dial up, I should have said before, not just dial. 911, how am I feeling? Nice. Heart Beeps is a movie starring Andy Kaufman about a group of robots escaping a warehouse and essentially becoming human through experience and by imitating human romance/friendship tropes. The scene from Corpse Bride was where the worm and a spider are trying to cheer up the bride by reassuring her that being dead makes her better of a victor than the living Victoria. Gotcha. Very neat. Alright. A great story. Lee, let us go on to CM Weller, but first let's check if there's a cat out there. Is there a cat out here?
I don't see a cat out here. I see a cat right here. Yes, I do.
Alright. Oh, yes. I was like, you need to look up a French accent. And I literally put, like, French, like, I have Discord here on the computer, and I put French, like, in the DMs. Not to DM somebody, but just to be, like, something I would see before I streamed, and I still didn't end up looking it up. And so you're probably either going to get no French accent or bad French accent, so I apologize. Alright. In Bits and Pieces, Clockwork Souls, CM Weller, 350 words. Things had been a little bit better before that rooming gang smashed her. Miss Bits did not have Mama or Mère to repair her properly. She'd done her best with her mother's tools and abandoned metal in the local dump, but her left arm worked better than her right, and part of her face was from a busted enamel cooking pot, making it clear that she was a broken automaton. Life was less fair to the broken ones. Not that the maintained automatons had things better. They were made to serve, and most of them were treated like mindless machines. Miss Bits knew that she wasn't mindless, but it helped to pretend that she was. As long as she played stupid, she wasn't a threat to those made of flesh. Therefore, she took care to be a little silly every day. The days had grown to weeks, months, and years without her mother's returning. Miss Bits became a neighborhood feature. If not liked, then at least tolerated by familiarity. Nevertheless, it was a smart thing to never take the same route twice in a row. That was why, between hither and thither, she heard crying from an abandoned building. Like most poorly guarded structures in her neighborhood, everything had been stripped from its structure. All wood had been burned. All metal had been removed for whatever it was worth in cash. Even some bricks and plaster were being pried off the structure. There, under a part of the remaining roof, a little one who had been trying to take some of the tiles and wound up under them. Miss Bits made her careful way up. She was much heavier than a small child, and just as carefully unearthed their trapped leg. It was broken. At least people could heal. Miss Bits splinted and bounded, and carried the child twice as carefully to the apothecary. Brave face, petite. All will be well soon. The child in her arms reached up to the cooking pot patch. I like your flower. It's pretty. Merci. Miss Bits wished many more people did so. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. I feel like I messed up on that story more than I usually do, so I apologize. C.M. Miller says, Miss Bits actually has a complete book about her adventures. This little snippet happens somewhere before those start in fiction. This is a steampunk world with heavy doses of the dark side of the Victorian era, but also with magic and robots. Yay! Reader's note, Miss Bits is ludicrously French. 1. How quickly did you realize that Miss Bits was not organic? 2. There's a lot of backstory folded into this very short story. How much did you glean from the narrative? 3. What would you fix if you could fix it here? So go ahead and answer those questions in the chat. Thank you for the cheers, Seth said, Mako and Magistrate. I enjoyed this story as well. I am curious, and I'll ask this before I forget. So do you prefer, because like with this kind of thing, usually I would spread them out and do like Lee's story and then Mako's story and then this story and then Massa's, so that the robot stories are separated so that they're not right next to each other. But I wanted to start with Mako's in no small part because of like the challenge stuff that my dad was talking about, and so I'm curious if you like having, or if you actually like having the two like robot stories next to each other, or if you prefer like something different, palate cleanser, and then back to the robots, you know. And I mean this like in general, if like two stories have super similar ideas and themes, do you prefer them next to each other, or do you prefer them more spread out? But I thought it was a very cute robot story as well. I enjoyed it a lot. It's interesting because like I don't know that if before you said it that I could say that I could tell that, you know, there's a book written about her, but it does seem like this is a very rich character that like you know a lot about her and there's a lot going on. And so I can understand how she might have a book written about her, and now I'm curious to read it because she seems like a really cool character. I think that I immediately knew that she was a robot because the title is In Bits and Pieces, and then the first line says smashed her, and so I think that might have been enough for me to know that she was not organic. But at worst, what was I thinking? I think at worst it would probably be the enamel. Maybe at second worst, I figured it out at the enamel cooking pot, and at actual worst, I figured it out at automaton. So I am curious what other people thought. I do think it's interesting that she's called Miss Bits, presumably because she is in bits and pieces, because she has been smashed and repaired, you know, patchworkly. And then I do like the opener of like her mothers aren't around, and so she repairs herself with what she can. I really like the specificity of the cooking pot. I can really imagine that. And I do kind of actually like the calling out the brokenness here of like, because it kind of reads like she's kind of saying it to herself, that it's like, it's clear I'm a broken automaton, and there's kind of this element of either I am judged for it or like I feel internally some kind of shame for it in that sentence, and so I think that works well. Same thing as I said for Mako's. I would probably just say, you know, Miss Bits did not have her mothers to repair her properly, rather than you know, what she calls her mothers. Yes, that does tell you that she's French, but it only tells you she's French if you know enough French to know that those are French words. Otherwise, you won't know what those words mean and who those people are, and you may not even connect that those are her mothers, even though, yeah, it means mom and my mom. And so, yeah, I think just saying the relationship of mothers both times would probably be better. And then I do like the calling out life is less fair to the broken ones as well. I think that works very well and just sets up plainly the theme of the story, and I think there's like truth to it in our world too, and so I think that's kind of an interesting, tragic, and beautiful thing, which is exactly what this prompt is about. And then I do think it's interesting of like, life is less fair to the broken ones, but also the maintained ones have their own struggles. They're different struggles, but they're struggles nonetheless. And I think you have a great transition of like, yeah, they're treated as mindless machines, this is bad, and then you go into, she knew that she wasn't mindless, and so this is telling us something about her, that hey, she's not mindless. Hey, yo, I'm not mindless. And I do like that you phrase it as she knew that she wasn't mindless, and so it's kind of like this, it's this internal knowing of like, I know that there's something inside me. I know that I'm not just a mindless robot, and I think that's cool. I really like the phrasing of she took care to be a little silly every day. I like that it's not, I don't know. I guess you could say stupid again, like try to be a little stupid and kind of be a little more derogatory about it. But silly is like a much more positive word. And so it's like, yeah, like it's better if people think that I'm mindless. So I'm just gonna like act a little wacky sometimes, and so that they're not on to me kind of thing. And it kind of conjures the image of like, I don't know, instead of it just being her acting like no thoughts, head empty, it's kind of her doing silly things, just being like, I don't know if I can think of something off the cuff. I don't know, like, I'm going to the hardware store to buy grapes. Like, where are you going, Miss Bits? I'm going to the hardware store. Oh, okay, like, why are you going there? To buy grapes. Why do you need grapes? That's for me to know. I don't know. Just like, instead of her being just standing there mindlessly, that's her doing silly things. And so I like that. I am curious about her mothers, and if like they are robots themselves or if they are her creators. And I am wondering why they didn't return, if they died, if they were like captured, if they genuinely like didn't care about her as mothers, that they didn't care about her the way she would have wanted them to. Very curious, but I don't need to know, for this short story. And then I do like the phrasing of, if not liked, then at least tolerated by familiarity. I think that's a neat phrasing there of like, I don't know if people like me, but I'm here a lot, and so they tolerate my existence at least. I kind of have a question of like, if she is a neighborhood feature, then why does she need to not take the same route? Because it's like, if she's a neighborhood feature, she could just be like, oh yeah, there's Miss Bits on her walk to the hardware store every day to buy grapes, like she does. If you may think she's an absolute weirdo and judge her for it, but like especially if she's walking the same like route every day, I feel like that almost is like more evidence to onlookers that she's a mindless machine doing what she's programmed to do. So I'm not sure I quite get the logic of needing to not take the same route twice in a row, but I do still like enjoy the idea and image for the story. And then I absolutely love this image of, hey, like this whole time it's like, here is this broken automaton, and then she finds a broken human being. That is so cool for the prompt. I think that works really well. And I love that it's like you start with life isn't fair to the broken ones, and then you prove it here with like also there's a kid who's broken who nobody's helping because life isn't fair to the broken ones. But she's also a broken one, and so she knows what that feels like, and so she's gonna help. You know, I think that's really cool and powerful. And then I do like, I don't know if I voiced it. I think the first time I read it, I voiced it the best, but I like this line of, at least people could heal. That there's kind of this both hope and resentment there, that it's like, okay, like you're gonna be okay because you're organic, you're a person, you're gonna heal. But there's also this resentment there of like, I will always have pot face, but you will not always have broken leg, you know? And then nitpicky, but there's a slight oddness to, oh, never mind, actually. I was gonna say there's a slight oddness to twice as carefully when you haven't established what's, like, the first carefulness. No, you did establish the first carefulness. It's this. So never mind, no critique there. I don't know if I don't know enough about apothecaries to know why an apothecary would help, but as far as I know, an apothecary is where you'd go to get the drugs, you know, to get that cough syrup full of cocaine, right? You know, not the place where you actually get the leg, you know, splinted and bound up, but I could be wrong. And then I love that the kid, you know, is able to see the beauty in her, and it's not just like, thank you for rescuing me, because that has its own beauty, but it's like a literal physical beauty of like, hey, you're broken, and like, you know, perhaps Miss Vitz herself was kind of resenting it a second ago, but she's going, even in your brokenness, or because of your brokenness, you are beautiful. And then I do love she wished many more people did so. Maybe did might match that phrasing a little bit more. But I do love that conclusion of like, yeah, if people were kinder to the broken ones, if people saw the beauty in the brokenness and the beauty in someone like her, the world would be a better place. And I think that's a really cool take on this prompt and a really cool story in general. I like it a lot. So I think I answered number 1. There's a lot of backstory folded in this very short story. How much did you glean from the narrative? I'm kind of torn on this question because on the one hand, it's like, yeah, like you're talking about her mother's, the gang smashing her, her mother's not returning, her needing to pretend to be silly. What does that mean to be silly? Like, you could call all of that backstory. Like, I could see all of that being things that you go into in the book and stuff like that. But also at the same time, like, none of it felt like, oh yeah, this is all backstory. It kind of felt like, I don't know, world building or story building. And like, I really applaud you for this story because like, this isn't just made off of an idea in your head. This is made off of apparently a book that you have literally written. And I would guess that would make it even harder to make it stand alone because like, you know, and have written the whole book. And so the fact that that actually seemed to be to your benefit rather than your detriment, that like you were able to fold in these, you know, world building, story building, backstory things, but have like, in my opinion, none of it or very little of it distract or confuse, I think is very well done. And so like, I'm not quite sure what you mean, like, glean, because it's just like, it seems like you told us. It doesn't seem like there's anything hidden, I guess. It's just like, yeah, okay, there's a backstory where the gang smashed her and she had moms, but the moms are gone now. And, you know, this is a world of, this is a Victorian steampunk dystopian world, and people are hesitant about robots, and she's a robot, so she has to figure out how to live, you know. None of that seems like you have really hidden anything for me. It just seems like, oh yeah, that would be an interesting story to read another day, but like I have what I need to know for this story kind of thing. I don't know what you mean, like what would you fix if you could fix it here? If you mean like, oh, do you have any like critiques for the story that I need to fix? I think that I've gone over whatever I needed to go over in that regard. I don't know if you mean, like, within the story itself, like, if you could fix their brokenness, you know, what would you fix? Which I do feel like is a very interesting question, so I'll talk about that. Because it's very interesting, because, like, you look at Miss Bits all smashed and, like, you know, she's got a cooking pot head and stuff like that. And so I feel like part of me wants to say, like, of course I'd, like, fix Miss Bits and make her better. But then another part of me is like, well, like, this is who she is now. She's Miss Bits, and this is her cooking pot head with a pretty flower. And so maybe I don't want to fix it. Like, maybe that's not something that needs to be fixed. Maybe this is her new whole in a weird way. I guess I might still fix her arm. I don't know if I'd fix the face, because there's, like, beauty there, but, you know, I don't know if there's a whole lot of beauty in, like, one arm working better than the other. That's just, like, functionality, so I'd probably fix her arm. I would fix the broken leg, of course. I would... I don't know enough about the world to know, like, if... I know that this robot seems great. I don't have anything against Miss Bits. I don't know if, like, genuinely... Like, it does seem like the other robots are not mindless machines and they're being treated like it, and that's a problem. And so part of me wants to say, well, I would have people treat robots better, and I would fix that. But another part of me is like, well... I don't have enough information to know what robots are really like in this world, and if it's like... Yeah, there's some good eggs out there, but there are also some real bad eggs. And so, like, if I was like, yes, I will make people treat robots better, if that would, you know, allow the bad egg robots to uprise and take over or something like that. And maybe that's a problem in me. Maybe I'm the problem in this world that I even think that. That's a possibility. But yeah, so I don't have enough information to know what I should fix regarding, like, humanity's relationship with robots. But I guess, you know what I would fix? I would fix their relationship with Miss Bits specifically. I can't talk for robots as a whole, but I would have people treat Miss Bits better, at least. I don't know. I guess I'd fix the house. If I could fix the world, it seems like, you know, if people are scrounging around for scraps and, like, not just robots, but, you know, people are trying to take metal and stuff like that, this is kind of dystopian, so maybe I'd fix the world, make resources, a bit more abundant. Again, I don't know what's wrong, so I don't know exactly what to fix, but, you know, seems like something worth fixing in there, too. But yeah, so interesting question. Now that you asked that kind of makes me wish that more people, other stories asked, like, kind of, like, deeper questions like that, because that's really cool. Alright, so what have folks been saying? I love the use of context clues to define Mon Mère. Okay, so Wolf actually liked that. That worked for Wolf. She's just a silly little bot. At least she pretends to be. Fun fact, in the French word machine is a feminine noun. Interesting. Thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. I don't think I thanked you before. Arachno says, in most Romance languages, machine is a feminine noun. The robots are cool. I approve. I didn't know if it was universal because there's a few that conflict. Oh, the Romance languages. Walking into a wall. Yeah, like, that would work, but that's more along the lines of Herditor. Herditor, no thoughts, brain empty kind of thing. Like I said, I see silly as something a little more, like, I mean... I guess I see it as less mindless, and maybe that's the problem, but, you know... I guess it's like Aang catching the frozen frogs and being like, I need those frogs to heal my friends, like that kind of thing, that she's just like carrying frozen frogs around, and it's like, Miss Bits, why do you have frozen frogs? I need them to heal my friends, like, okay, you know, that kind of thing. The robot uprising, go. Correction. Romantic robot uprising, go. Yes, exactly. I don't know if I want to fix the relationship with all of them, but maybe the romantic ones. Mass, I'm okay with similar themes being back to back. If there's a contrast between the two stories, even better, but the likelihood that they will be too similar is unlikely. Fair enough, fair enough. I do think it's cool. It's implying that even if you are broken, you can help others who are broken. Yes, exactly. I like that too, and that's part of the beauty. That's one of the things I love about the stories. I feel like there's kind of multiple prompt uses throughout it. That it's like there's the physical beauty of like the flower and stuff, and then there's the more deeper spiritual beauty of you can help other people who are broken. Like life isn't fair to the broken ones, but let's help each other, kind of things. And I know I had more prompt uses in my head, but now I'm not remembering what they all were. Oh yeah, I guess one could also be that like that gives her an appreciation for the beauty of being organic because you can heal, I think that works pretty well. Surgery could be done by an apothecary. In times past, surgery was sometimes done by nuns, barbers, and dentists, partially because standardized medicine didn't exist. Oh, that's wild. Yeah, I'm going to the barber's. Oh, are you going for a haircut? No. I need my leg amputated. Gangrene, terrible stuff. Well, if I'm surprised no one wrote about a person with a disability. See, I thought about doing that for Lestaire, for, one of my uses. And granted, because this is one of the 2-week prompts, I do have another story slot that I could write another one. So I was thinking about it. Maybe that's the push I need to write a 5th one. But my problem was exactly the problem that I'll be talking about more as the stories go on. But that like, well, I mean, I guess it's a little different, but I was gonna say like I have the broken part, but I don't have the beauty part. But I realize as I'm saying that I think part of it is also like, how do I not be offensive in like, treating that as like being broken? And so I was like, well, it would have to be more of an internal thing that like Lestaire feels like he's broken because he doesn't have a leg, and then like somebody encourages him that he's not broken. But if you're being encouraged that you're not broken, that is not the beauty of being broken. And so I wasn't really sure where to go with that. But if you have ideas for where to go, like I was thinking of having like Victor show that he's like also missing a hand and be like, do you think that I'm broken? Do you think that I'm less of a person because of this? And I like that idea, but again, like if he's saying you're not broken, that's not the beauty of being broken. So if you have ideas for what I could do for my my disabled characters in this prompt, do tell me, and maybe I'll get a 5th one out. More horrifyingly, barbers, doctors, and dentists used to be all the same job. You know what's funny? That's actually more comforting to me, because it's like, yeah, okay, I can understand that a doctor and a dentist, like, a dentist is basically a teeth doctor, so, like, that's not too terribly different. Barber is the wacky one. That's the weird one. But if it's like they're doing this every day, these are their 3 jobs, then it's like, yeah, they know what they're doing at least somewhat, if this is all the same job, versus like, yeah, I'm a barber, I could probably, like cut into your skin too if you need me to, but that's not really, my area of expertise. That's kind of different. A shave and some leeches, please. Not gonna lie, that's a great title, but a shave and some leeches, please. Doc, can you give me some morphine? Pull my broken tooth while I'm out. Maybe give me a shave too. Yeah. Am I dying because of the hot towel or the bloodletting? Wait, why would a hot towel be killing you? Let's all be organic. I can wiggle. Why did your brain go to wiggle? Prop 250, organic wiggling. it, but very good story, C.M. Weller. Let us go on to Massacre's story. I don't know, really just thought I would make you laugh. Well, mission accomplished. Alright. A Beautifully Flawed Mind. Ridgecloud by Massacre. 347 words. Ryan felt himself withdrawing from the rest of the group. It was a weird experience, and yet at the same time, a familiar one. One moment, he was engaged. The next, the sheer volume of people started to weigh in on him. It didn't matter that everyone in the room was a friend of his. There were too many people. It made him recede socially. It started with a comment from Ramona. Ryan thought of a witty comment in response, opened his mouth, and balked. Was it really that clever? Maybe he should keep it to himself. From that point, his anxiety stopped him from interacting with his friends. He pulled out his phone and opened his trading app. Numbers, unlike people, were logical, unjudgmental. You good? Christian asked. Ryan plastered a smile on his face. Yeah, no, everything's fine. Just checking my portfolio. Christian looked skeptical, but sympathetic. If it's getting too much for you, why don't you step outside? Damn, Christian. He should have known better than to fake it in front of his best friend. Ryan shrugged. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to be rude. Christian snorted. You love being rude. Okay, but these are our friends. Yeah, and they'll understand. Everything okay? Erica asked. I just want to go get some fresh air, Ryan said. She nodded, understanding. Did you want me to come with? Ryan looked into her eyes, filled with love, concern, reassurance. He nodded. The two stepped out onto the patio. The pool just beyond made a gentle lapping sound in the breeze. Ryan shut his eyes and took a deep breath. Feel a little better? Erica asked. Ryan nodded. It does feel a little less, oppressive? Erica asked. I don't want to say that about our friends. Right, we all know that you have social anxiety. No one holds it against you if you need to step away. Why are you even with me? Ryan asked, between the social anxiety and the neurodivergence. Erica kissed his cheek. Silly. Your mind is what I fell in love with. Throw out those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. And did Massa have any notes? He says, I got no questions, toast darker. Ryan is not meant to be a self-insert, but I have given him some of my personal issues as an outlet to understand and deal with them myself. So like Ryan, I have some social anxiety and probable undiagnosed autism. So it sounds like you're saying you did do my challenge, at least on some level. So I love to see that. Thank you for doing that. This is a very good story as well. I think it's our most realistic and relatable story of the bunch. I guess I'll say to start, just in case I forget later, but yeah, Massa did the challenge with this story, and he often does it, I think, with this universe, because Erica's an orc. I don't know that I remember a whole lot about this universe, but I do remember that. And so, yeah, then it would be a little weird to be like, oh yes, and there's an orc here. Oh my gosh, and she's my girlfriend. Oh my gosh, you know. So I think that very much worked in your favor, that the story was, I think, partially able to be as real and relatable as it was, because yes, you did take away the more fantastical parts of it, so I think that worked in this case. But yeah, I think that those of us who have anxiety can really relate to the story. I'm actually very curious what those who don't have anxiety, how you feel about this story. Anyways, so I think the opener works quite well. A little nitpicky. I don't know how I feel about the word engaged there. I feel like, because you could say, like, one moment he's engaged, like, this is my engagement party, rather than, like, I'm engaged in conversation, you know? So I think a different word there might be a little bit better, but that's also a little nitpicky. Or even just adding engaged in conversation. Very much relate to the sheer volume of people weighing in on him. I think it's very interesting because the more, like, common thing that you're discussed and joked about is like, oh, you're an introvert at a party and you don't know anybody except for Billy Bob, but Billy Bob left you, and so now you're stuck in the corner, you know? And so this is really interesting because this is a place full of his friends. These are all people he knows and cares about, but his anxiety is still present. And I think that there's something powerful there, that it's not just like, oh yeah, of course you're anxious, you don't know anybody. It's like, no, he really does have social anxiety. It is a problem with his friends, as well as with strangers. And I assume it would be worse with strangers. And so I think that works quite well. And then I like the line of, like, you know, he thought of a witty comment, and then he's like, is it really that clever? Maybe he should keep it to himself. Because, like, I've definitely had that experience before where I'm like, I'm gonna make a joke. And then it's like, oh, I don't know that it's that good of a joke. Maybe it's cringy. Better not. You know, kind of thing. Overthinking your responses and everything. That don't happen so much here. It's kind of funny how streams work, because if you've never experienced it's a very unique experience. It is different from, like, getting up in front of a room and doing public speaking. It's different from, like, getting in the Discord voice chat with all your friends and chatting. It's its own thing. And like, I still remember, like, the very first time that I streamed, that it's just like, oh, it's just me. Like, I just need to keep talking. And so it kind of means that I have to be a little bit stream of consciousness. Consciousness. Because it's just like, I need to fill airtime. I need to say things. And so whatever's in my brain is probably coming out. Maybe not whatever, but, like, if I think of a silly joke that is maybe stupid, then I'm not gonna have a moment to be like, maybe that's stupid, let's not say it. I'm just gonna say it to fill airtime. Yes, keep talking when he explodes. But anyway, so I, despite always, like, joking around on here, I do know what that feels like. I don't know how I feel about the next line of, from that point, his anxiety stopped him from interacting with his friends. Because on the one hand, I feel like, yeah, like, that literally can happen. That it can just be, like, one moment and it just is, like, it switches something on or switches something off inside you, and you're like, I can't do it anymore. But it also kind of sounds like, I went to the party. I walked up to Ramona. We started talking. I wanted to say something witty, and then I was like, I don't know if it's that witty. And then after that, it's like, I was KO'd by anxiety. You know, it's just like, anxiety appeared, slaps him in the face, and he's down. You know, what was the other thing I said? Oh yeah, just like, anxiety just showed up, and it's like, wasted. You know? I think part of it is just this phrasing of it, of, like, his anxiety stopped him from interacting with his friends. Like, I think if you phrased it as more like, from that point it got worse, you know, or from that point, like, his thoughts started spiraling, and he stopped being able to interact with his friends, or something like that. I think that would work a little bit better for me. And it's interesting because I see that Wolf has a gif of a Teletubby, and I hope when I click on it and see it play, this Teletubby is falling over. Yes! That is exactly what it was. Let me show you. There you go. There's wasted Teletubby. I don't even play Grand Theft Auto, but like the wasted memes are some of my favorite memes. I love them so much. But anyway, so yeah, it just I think the phrasing of it, instead of sounding like, oh, like he went on a spiral, or like, oh no, like I don't know how to phrase it. It just sounds like anxiety got him, you know. Am I correct in thinking that his trading app is like stocks? It's really funny because, like, that's the one part of this story, because it's like, oh yeah, like, I totally get the feeling of, like, not knowing if what you say is going to be dumb, and being taken over by anxiety and, you know, people weighing on you. He looked at his trading app. Can't relate anymore, you know? And I don't know if that's, like, a neutral thing or a bad thing, because, like, this is his character, and his character doesn't have to be my character. It's fine if he likes something that I don't really know anything about. But then again, if you had said something like Sudoku or something, then I think I would have been able to relate to that better, or like he played games on his phone or something. Then I think that, you know, would have been more continued along the relatable train. And I'm also surprised that stocks don't give him anxiety, because I feel like, you know, if I traded in stocks and stuff, that I would be anxious looking at them, because I'd be like, oh no, the number, it's going down, it's in the red, you know, rather than like, tasty numbers. But again, my brain doesn't work like his brain works, you know. I'm not a numbers person, and he is, and so, like, maybe it's completely fine, and it doesn't cause him anxiety, because, like, he just likes those warm, delicious numbers. And I do like that description of numbers, unlike people, were logical, unjudgmental. This is I think the only non-negative, like, aside from the end, which we'll talk about, this is the only non-negative description of his mind that we have, of like, ooh, he's good with numbers. And I guess, like, I guess it being stocks does have a positive in the sense that presumably he can make money. And so, like, his mind being different allows him to get rich, or at least have some money. And so that's a positive. But yeah, so I like that description of like, oh, okay, so like he struggles with people, but numbers are static, they're logical, they follow a line, they don't judge, and I like that description. I like the description of, or the verb of, Ryan plastered a smile on his face. I think that works very well. And I totally relate to him just being like, yeah, no, everything's fine, it's fine, stop talking to me, you know? And then I do think it is very beautiful that Christian is like, I like skeptical but sympathetic, a great simple description that I can totally envision on his face, and that he understands immediately, like, hey, you're not doing well, like, if it's getting too much, why don't you step outside? I think that works well. And then I do like the, like, ah, oh, damn you, being nice. Yeah, I think that's kind of cute, and that is what it feels like sometimes. It's like, I don't want anyone to know what I'm feeling, and then your friend knows you and is like, hey, you good, bud? It's like, oh, damn you. You know, like, oh, you know. You see right through me. I'm not sure how I feel about the you love being rude, because, like, it's an interesting character thing, but it's also an explicitly, like, negative character thing, where it's like, I'm gonna need some more explanation there. Like, it's kind of a cute thing of, like, I don't want to be rude, and that's, like, a normal thing to say, and again, relatable. And then the response is not, like, it won't be rude, but rather, you love being rude. And so it's like, he does? Why? Where? I'm not sure if I should like him. You know, like, I'm less sure on Ryan now. And so that does feel kind of like a, maybe not a bombshell, but what would it be? Like, what would the lower level of bombshell be? Grenade? Like a grenade of a line, where it's like, that's very loaded, and I don't know, like, what I'm supposed to think about that, and what I'm supposed to think about Ryan after that, and it doesn't get explained, you know? But on the other hand, it's not, like, super confusing, and it doesn't totally ruin my view of him, so I don't know how to feel about it. And then I do love the, like, yeah, maybe I do, but these are our friends. I don't want to be rude to them. Okay, like, getting some sympathy back, at least. And then I do love the response of, yeah, and they'll understand, you know? Like, I don't want to be rude to our friends. Well, because they're our friends, it won't be rude. You know, they'll understand. I think that's very cool. A little bit of a critique here that, he wants to get fresh air, and then Erica is like, do you want me to come with? And my immediate response reading that, I was like, no, he doesn't. Like, the whole problem is the social. You're part of the social. He's trying to get away from the social. So of course he doesn't want you with him. I did not realize that this is his girlfriend, and that changes things. Like, it does make sense that it's like, I don't want to be around everyone else, but I will be with my person. I will be with my girlfriend. And so it just seems like a random friend at the party shows up and is like, do you want me to come with? And it's like, no, I don't. I want to get away from you. And I do think that, like, the filled with love, concern, reassurance definitely helps, because it does give us a bit of an answer to why he is like, okay, I'll have you come with. But I do think saying, his girlfriend Erica asked would be significantly helpful there. I like the lapping sound in the breeze. That's great. And I do like that he continues on the train of trying not to be rude to their friends and not even wanting to say that it felt oppressive in there, even though, like, he wouldn't be saying that about the friends, just like the environment. And then I do think it's very sweet that she's continues to reassure him and be like, we all know nobody's gonna hold it against you or be mad at you. Like, it's okay. I don't know how I feel about the line of between the social anxiety and the neurodivergence. Because as far as I know, social anxiety is the neurodivergence, or is at least part of it. And so it kind of reads like, between the neurodivergence and the neurodivergence, you know? And it also, I don't know exactly how to describe this, but calling it out feels a little strange to me. And, like, I think the best example that I can give is that, like, I had something similar in my own story, and in my story, I had it, like, a little bit more poetic. Let's see where it is. So I'll just read, like, that one part of, I will myself away for hours, days, weeks at a time, staring at equations and impossibilities. I've broken nature's laws, not to mention a few human laws. I made a monster. Sometimes I think I'm a god, and other times I think I'm a tumor. My gaze and voice fell. Something to be cut out without mercy. I shook my head. How could I ask you to marry something like that? If I had replaced that line, I have not, like, diagnosed Victor with any specific, like, disorders or anything, but let's, like, pretend that I have for a second. If instead of that, the line was, like, I have ADHD, I have OCD, I'm awkward, I'm anxious, how could you want to marry me? That has so much less power. And granted, like, I'm the one who wrote it, so of course I think the way that I wrote it has more power, but, like, saying it in more, like, vague and poetic ways of, like, all these things that he's done that makes him think less of himself, I feel like is more applicable to general people, which is also kind of the point of that story, and is more relatable and more interesting. But just, like, calling out the specific diagnoses and being like, I have ADHD, I have OCD, how could you love that? And, like, granted, I'm not saying that doesn't happen in real life. Like, yes, I'm sure that real people say, like, I can't believe that you would love me when I have OCD or something like that. I'm not saying that it's unrealistic in that sense. I'm just saying that, at least for me, phrasing it in this way kind of took away some of the power for me. And so, like, even something as simple as just like, why are you even with me? Like, my mind doesn't work right. Like, as simple as that. Or, like, you could use the prompt directly and say, like, my mind is broken. I think that would work super well. And I wish I could better, like, phrase exactly why it does that to me. And if you also, like, are listening and you're like, yeah, I agree with you. If you know how to phrase that better, what that is like, I'm pinging, then do say in the chat. But yeah, so I think something a little more vague, and I didn't even know the words to describe it, but yeah, something less specific, I think would work a little bit better there for me. And then of course the last line is incredibly sweet and beautiful and a great little ending there. So let's see. How do I want to start this? So I don't know if I'm being nitpicky with this, and if you think I am, you guys can say in the chat. But I feel like when I get to the end, I have this similar question, which I'm going to be saying for quite a few of these stories, that I get to the end, I'm like, yeah, like, she fell in love with your mind. So, like, she thinks that, like, what you think is broken, she thinks is beautiful. And so, like, yeah, that works for the prompt. But I don't know why. Like, everything that we've heard about his mind, unfortunately, is negative. And yes, we do have the line about the numbers, but that, I wouldn't say that that's, like, a beautiful thing. I would say that's kind of a neutral thing of, like, oh, okay, like, he likes numbers. And, like, even if it makes him money, like, I don't know if I'd be like, your mind's so beautiful, it makes you rich. You know, like, that doesn't sound right. And so, like, the whole story is, like, I have anxiety, I'm not having a good time, and he feels like a burden on his friends, and, like, I guess even the numbers thing is, like, I need the numbers to survive the night because my brain works like this kind of thing. And then in the end she says that, his mind is what she fell in love with. Sure, I can believe that, but I need the why. I need to know what she likes about his mind. Why did she fall in love with his mind? What's beautiful about it? And so I think the story works as is. I think it's very relatable and paced well. However, I do feel like, the whole story is kind of varying versions of, oh, like, I don't feel good, but I don't want to show it. I don't want to go out there. And his friends being like, it's okay, you can go out there. And especially because it does feel like it kind of repeats itself a little bit, that I do think that you could have had it as more of, like, at least, like, 3/4 are the setup of, like, I'm anxious, and then the last full quarter is, like, hey, here's what I think is beautiful about your mind. If not 2/3 anxiety, 1/3 beauty, or fully 1/2 anxiety, the other half beauty. I think that you could have conveyed, what he's feeling and the brokenness that he feels about himself, while also conveying more of the beauty of his mind within, this word limit. And so, like I said, like, I do not think that the story is bad in any way. I think that it is very well written and very relatable as is. Just for this prompt, I do kind of want to see the beauty a bit more. I don't know if the friends loving him despite his anxiety is meant to be the beauty, that it's like, oh, the beauty of being broken is that your friends come around you and help you and stuff like that. But I think especially because he's continually rejecting it, and even at one point being like, damn, Christian, like, I don't like this, I think the beauty of that doesn't come through as strongly as it could, And so even if you had, like, a little bit of gratitude, like, he doesn't want to say it out loud, but he's, like, thankful to their kindness, I think that might have conveyed the beauty part a little bit more for me as well. So I think it works very well as is. I just want to know, okay, what is it about his mind that you fell in love with? Why do you love his mind? What's beautiful about, the neurodivergence and stuff like that? 3 seconds before the ad. Thank you for the cheer. Just said, alright, let's unlock Aerith. Hell yeah. I think we... I didn't even notice we unlocked our second one already. Thank you so much. So yeah, that would be awesome if we could unlock Aerith. But going back to add time. Okay, so where was I? Well, maybe I need maybe where I am is waiting for the ad to actually start. There it is. That one. So my mom and I walk around that, the first con day, the second day after we arrive, and, she tried it out for me, but she wasn't doing well. And, we tried to walk around a little bit, but, we only saw a couple of booths and stands and stuff. But one of the booths that I did see was one that was selling blankets. And, the minute I saw those, I was like, those are beautiful. Those are really amazing. And so, I kind of looked at them and I talked to the vendor a little bit, but I didn't buy anything. And then I realized, I don't know if it was the same day or if it was a different day, but I realized I was like, oh, hey, I need another blanket for my bed. That I need the more weight on my bed and warmth and stuff, because I'm used to so many blankets and everything. And so I could buy a blanket at the con. But I didn't want to just buy the first one that I saw, so I made sure to walk around more and look at all the different blanket options, or at least some of them, that were there.
I didn't want to make it up. Oh, kitty cat.
And so I'm looking around, and then the first one I see the second time I come around is, I look at the price, and it's $200 for a blanket, and I'm like, that is way too much. Actually, I think it might have been $260. I think that first one was the most expensive, so it was it might have been over $200. And I was like, that's way too much. I can't do that. And so I keep walking around looking at other blankets and stuff, and a lot of them have designs that are all characters I don't know, or I'm just not as thrilled about as the first ones I saw. And then there's one that had a Victor from Arcane Design that I really liked. I don't remember what the price of it was exactly, but I know it was somewhere in that range of 200, 160, something like that. Or yeah, that might have been. I can't remember what the second best one was. I think that there was one that was 160, 150. That's okay. I was I don't like that, but that's better than 250. Oh my gosh, these stories make the ads fly by. I felt like I had another 2 minutes. Okay, so we're ending that part at expensive blankets. Alright, go back. Was I? Yeah, I think I was pretty much done talking about the story, so let me see what folks have been saying. Last of my bits, says Ghoulish. Thanks so much. Aerith, I've not seen the movie A Beautiful Mind, but I wonder how the story compares to the plot of the movie. I wonder what similarities it has and what differences. Yeah, fair enough. A Documancer, side note, what does it feel like to not have anxiety? I know, right? Aerith, yeah, as a fellow sufferer of anxiety disorder stuff, I really can identify with Ryan, for sure. Ghoulish, at party, no one. Step 1, check out the food area. Step 2, grab food you want. Step 3, eat food. Step 4, repeat until the food you want is gone. If step 2 cannot be followed, locate the nearest furry creature and use it as an emotional security animal. Yep, that one's the one I do. Anxiety KO'd him. Relatable. You have a Tom Cardy song that's about that. Nice. I feel like you love to be rude is an armor or a mask, which is pretty common in neurospiciness. Interesting. But even if it is, like, does that mean that he, like, I guess that would mean that, like, as helpful as Christian is being, he still doesn't understand him? Because if that's him, like, masking, wouldn't that mean he doesn't actually love to be rude? It's just, like, helpful. It's just, like, a helpful facade to get him through life. And so it wouldn't mean that he loves to be rude? I could be wrong, though. I don't want to be social. To be fair, there's one person that some neurospicy or shy people will latch onto. They're extrovert or safe person. Yeah. Like, I mean, that's what I was talking about how the common thing is, like, the introvert knows nobody at the party, and so it's like that one person that they, you know, latch onto. In short, I found it relatable. Very fair. Arachnar. I think it would be better if the message was more clearly conveyed, as that is a part of who you are, and without it, you wouldn't be you. The term mind here makes us focus a bit too much on the symptomatic behavior. That being said, I don't know right now how to describe it in a natural way. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's a kind of along the lines of what my critique for it was, where it's like, I can definitely get, like, the whiffs of the message, but I feel like it hasn't come out of the oven yet. And so I just want, like, a little more of the explicit message in there, for sure. And that's a good point that I hadn't thought about, that there's a question of if using the word mind makes you think of, you know, yeah, the symptoms rather than, like, your person and who you are. Coolish, holy for holies, $200 for a blanket? Ludicrous. Well, they're like, I forget what they're called, but they're like hand woven. Maybe that is exactly what they're called. But yeah, they're like the hand woven kind. So I was like, okay, like if they are hand woven, that does make sense. Well, regarding the disability thing, I was thinking like someone learning how to adapt to life, mainly because I'm personally intrigued by assistive technology. Tell me more. I mean, I could do something like that for listener. And so, like, what's the beauty in that, though? I'll note 3 Encore unlocks at 5,500 and Encore 4 unlocks at 700. Thank you. Oh yeah, so like that actually unlocked it. Yeah, I forgot about the difference. So also, Aerith is unlocked. That's great. Yes, I know I can be in a group of people, or I know everyone. If there's enough people there, I will withdraw. Eventually, I'll just go to my room and recharge. I totally agree. Sorry if I was making it sound like, I don't know, that wasn't a thing, or I didn't believe that. No, I was saying, like, I say I liked it, because, like, the common thing that people portray is like, I don't know anybody, and so I like you portraying, hey, that this also can happen when you know everybody, because like I think I've had something similar to that experience too, where it's like, I know everywhere here, not everyone here, but that doesn't mean I'm having fun, you know, but I still am struggling. This is overwhelming. I still need to go to my room. It says, I've experienced that too, Massa. The need to withdraw and recharge like that in a crowd is very understandable. Totally. Spiraling. Oh, I should have used that term because that's exactly what it is. Yep, exactly. Yes, Sudoku is awesome. Also crosswords and word searches. Yes. Ryan's something of a math genius. He loves number patterns. Very fair. Apparently, the Tom Cardy song is called Party Dog. Interesting. Ryan has a tendency to being blunt and occasionally intellectually arrogant, which is why Chris says he likes being rude. I still have that question, though, because, like, if he's blunt and he doesn't know that he's being blunt, if he's intellectually, like, you know, oh, I think I'm smarter than other people, but he doesn't mean it to be rude, does that mean that he loves being rude, or he just is rude sometimes without meaning it? Now I just want to talk about Tom Cardy. I think I'll cut myself off and simply say, if you're interested in Tom Cardy's music, start with his debut EP, Artificial Intelligence. It's really good. Interesting. The song he made with Brian David Gilbert seems interestingly fitting for the prompt. Erica and Ryan have a lot in common. Both are geeky tech nerds. Nice, nice. To me, beauty is the perseverance in the face of adversity. Gotcha. Okay, so in that case, it wouldn't be so much like the adaptation to real life itself is beautiful, and more like the ability to keep going and the fact that you're picking yourself up and continuing is the beauty. Yeah, that could work. I'll consider if I could maybe try and write that. Story unlocked. Yay! Yes, indeed. Alrighty-roo. Great story, Massa. Thanks so much for submitting. It is now time for the midstream question. Okay, for a second I thought that said 6:48, and I was like, oh my gosh, we're so late, but we're just a little bit late. Okay, so what was I saying? So I was talking about how I wanted to make the question, like, can you take the fantastical out of your universe or something? I'm gonna turn off the visual and try to figure out how I want to phrase it. My nose, it's doing things I don't like. I don't know if this is the best way to phrase it. You can help me if it's a problem. But what would happen if, for the sake of making writing group stories one-offs understandable to any new passerby, you removed all the fantastical universe, or fantastical stuff specific to your universe? Character is an alien? Doesn't matter. Character is a sorcerer? Take it out. Could you do this? If you did this, would the story change not at all, a little bit, drastically, or simply not happen anymore? I don't know if that's really big enough. I hope you can see it. Yeah, that might be a better way to say it. Arachna says, I wouldn't even say it's taking the fantastical out. It's more like taking the specificity of the setting out and using the fantastical in a more accessible and not so attached way in order to better explain the parts that are necessary for the story to function without having to resort to the entire backstory and lore. Yeah, great point. I don't know. I don't know how to phrase it well, but no, Arachnar is like, he has it. This is what I mean by the question, is what Arachnar's saying, that it's about, like, the specificity to the universe that, like, needs to be explained. And I guess maybe I'll take out the little bit in the middle, because that's part of it, but doesn't completely capture it. I guess I could also say, would that make it a story you don't want to tell anymore? Oh, I guess I did say specific to your universe. But... I guess. I don't know. Okay. Massa, no, I think you're right about Ryan's rudeness. It's a natural reaction by Ryan, so I'm not sure he consciously knows he's doing it, which means you're right about Christian not quite getting Ryan. Ryan's not trying to be rude, and he doesn't necessarily like it. He's just being himself. Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. Okie dokie. Okay, so we go over here, not over here. We go over here. Then we do that. And then we do that. And then we do this. And oh, that's a little close to the bottom, I think. Let's go up further. Okay. And then we do this. That's a 2-minute song. Probably, I mean, I'm not probably stopping it. I am stopping it there. Alright. It's time to sit down, but I will show you the kitty before this inevitably makes her vacate the chair.
Yeah, but cat. Yep, see, there she is. See, if you sit on this side, right here, then you can sit with her. And we will be fine. Baby. Baby kitty. Can I scooch forward? Okay. Alright. Here we go. Here we go, kitty.
Is there a Norman? There is a Norman. Hello, Norman. I do love it when folks jump in and just answer the question and they're like, also, hi, I'm here. Deep thoughts. And then all of a sudden, just hi. Ragnar, as I pointed out before, it is something I already do all the time, so I'd say it's very doable. As I'd say more, it is a very potent exercise in conciseness, and a nice experiment in seeing what is essential for a specific dramatic core and what is not. Some stories might be born of specific characters and contexts, but work even better without them. It is something that we might not be willing to admit when we are too attached to our characters and settings, but it is true. And regardless, the characters and settings will still exist after that, and they might even grow in unexpected and interesting ways afterwards. Granted, there are some arcs that require the backing of specificities, but I'd say that's usually not the rule, especially for self-contained short stories. There's the second point, which is very important. Would you as an author like to tell that specific story if it does not involve character so-and-so conceived in this particular context? I usually don't have a problem with it, and I learned to refine some concepts and characters to their final forms precisely because I managed to write the stories I thought for them by stripping the context out and perceiving that are elements that would make them shine brighter if I changed them. And that worked wonders. And I prefer the revisioned versions of the characters after that. I'm glad that I was able to do that. But I think the characters themselves would feel grateful for the change. But writing these variant stories for me is part of the fun of writing, and I know some authors don't feel like that when playing with the pieces that make their work. So there is that. Yeah, super fair, super fair. And that is a really good point that this would tell you, like, what is the core of the story, what is, and what's not, you know. Oh, that made me think of something, but what did it make me think of? I don't know. But yeah, that could be part of why it's a good challenge, because you can do it and be like, like, I still thought the fantasy was the core, part of the core, but it's not, you know, or something. And then that's a great point that you might be like, oh, like this is actually better without that context, or more interesting, or something like that. And then I do like your point there of like, yeah, like, oh my goodness, I did not, that's annoying. Sorry. that second part of the question of like, hey, if you don't want to tell the story anymore after that, well, then like that's understandable and that's fine. But at least for Ragnar, doesn't sound like he runs into that much, if at all. So says, well, obviously I'm capable of taking the fantastical out of some of my shorter stories. It would not be something I'd want to write long term, or single one-offs. I have no problem leaving out the fantasy and concentrating on real world things. Given that my settings tend to take place on Earth, but with weirdness behind the curtain, it's not that difficult. I didn't think of that, but that's a very good point. That like, like my stories don't. Well, some of my stories take place on Earth, but say Beyonds take place on Meridia, and that also could be part of what makes it difficult. But that's a good point. Of if they already take place on Earth, then it's easier to strip away that context. And given that, hell, I can write some I use in the genre break universe because a multidimensional aspect has been introduced, so it wouldn't be hard to write some of my characters being very different. Having said, I certainly wouldn't want to do it a lot. There's a reason why I write the settings that I do, and having a world built these settings with fantasy injected into them was something I was interested in, so I certainly wouldn't want to abandon them for more relatable, mundane settings. Yes, exactly. I mean, I kind of already answered the question myself. But yeah, that's more along the lines of what I was saying about my own world, that it's like, well, I created this world for a reason, and it's a fantasy world, and if it was just like a normal world, then like I'm not sure that I'd be so interested in writing that world. Well, it depends on the setting and story for me, and some of the elements. For example, I don't need you to know Dr. Amis Iltram is a pixie. I need you to know that she's a researcher with an unhealthy obsession with her dead husband. That being said, all of my settings are either devoid of humans or humans take a minor antagonistic role in the story. I did not know that. I rely on plot elements like monsters and magic that are entwined into the world in ways where they impact character motivation. Interesting. And yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, I think that's the easiest one generally. Like, you don't need to know Erica's an orc. You don't need to know Barry is a cat girl. That kind of thing. So I think that's one of the easiest things to just be like, just pretend they're a normal human. But there are other things that it might be like, this is more integral. That said, I mean, it kind of depends. Dwight's detective stories are completely grounded already. Gallifrey would be a more depressing late medieval tale, and the werewolves would have to go. While Zoinkor becomes a sword for hire, and Vanine is just a female knight. I don't think I know enough about Vanine to know what's fantastical about her. Depends on how to take the question. Salacia, Twerak, and Servos become non-viable. As to whether or not I'd want to write them, well, the truth is that I write lots of stories, so they just become my more grounded ones / not exist. Interesting. Yeah, that's a really good point. And, like, I think that puts a different perspective, because I think that, I've said before, I think that you're really good at making your stories stand alone. And so... I mean, others can disagree if you disagree, but I feel like the Salacia stories, the Servos stories and stuff, or Kervos, I can't remember if you said, but I think that they work as standalones, and like, you're like, yeah, this is a mermaid and a man who became a merman. Like, I don't think it's too difficult to explain, and like, it doesn't have to be mundane to be explained. And so that's a really good point in favor of like, oh, hey, you don't necessarily have to take out the fantastical for it to work. And then that's a good point in terms of like, yeah, like you still enjoy your more grounded stories, but then that would mean that like those kinds of stories are never written and those exist. And I like fantasy, so I'd be sad if your more fantastical stories didn't exist. So yeah, very very good answer. Norman, I've always written with the idea of don't write the boring parts in mind, and generally the fantastical elements are what I'm here for. It's usually some fantastical element at the center of it all, my entire reason for wanting to tell the story. So I don't think I've ever thought to leave that stuff out for clarity, instead work to make clarity happen as best I can despite it. Yeah, interesting. That's a good point. So it sounds like you're kind of going for the opposite of, like, the core of the story is whatever this fantastical thing is. Let's work around it. Let's spiral out the story from it and make the world around it, rather than take it out to make the world make more sense. If you meant to write the story without any of the fantastical things existing as part of the story, yes, that is what I meant. I could write some of my characters and their interactions in a similar manner, but the fantastical is so built into my world, most of it would have to go. But a lot of my stories, despite what I said above, have a lot of humanity in them and are about their interactions with each other. So a lot of stories could be written in the world without mentioning magic or hellfire or cat girls. Yeah, super fair, super fair. And the thing is, like, kind of going back to, like, oh, you don't have to say that Barry's a cat girl. I do think that some of us do try to take away, at least not mention the fantastical things sometimes, like not mentioning she's a cat girl, not mentioning that she's an orc, that kind of thing. And not mentioning the hellfire or things like that. Yeah, I did mean more of completely changing the story down to its core of, like, it's not like you're not mentioning that Scribe's an alien. She's just not an alien, in this version. She's just a person, to make that more mundane and understandable, that kind of thing. This is really making me have more appreciation for why Marx likes to make AUs and stuff. And granted, like, his AUs do tend to still have fantasy in them. They aren't like the mundane AUs, but, like for my own Valentine's Day, Valentine's event story, I did write a modern AU where they all were just normal people. I guess there was a question on if the personifications were still personifications, but that was ambiguous. They could still be normal people. And so it's like, yeah, I could go back to that AU, and that could be an interesting thing to explore for the challenge and stuff like that. But that AU is a totally different story than what the main story is. But yeah, and so, but all that to say, like, I do feel like, using that mentality of, like, hey, I like my story as it is. I like the fantastical. I like the specificity of the universe. But it's not going to be understandable, at least in this particular story. Or I want to take the challenge because of the challenge. Then you can go, I'm making an AU. This is an alternate universe to how my universe is. My universes still exist over here. This is just an alternate universe. I guess for me that, like, compartmentalizes things, because just going, this is my universe, but without all the fantasy, I'm like, ew. But when it's like, no, this is your universe. It's over here. It has the fantasy. This is just an alternate version that doesn't have the fantasy. I don't know. That helps my brain, like, accept it a little bit better. And I feel like I'm talking about my opinion of this more than I usually do, but I think I'm also realizing as I read through your, like, answers and stuff that, like, I guess it's like re-emphasizing, like, how much fantasy means and matters to me. That like, my world is fantasy, and the things that happen and the characters and stuff, like, it's all super fantastical, because, like, that's what I like, that's what I enjoy, that's the story I want to tell. And so it kind of goes back to what Massa was saying of, like, well, yeah, I could have picked just normal Earth, but I picked fantasy Earth for a reason, that kind of thing. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know if we came to any, like, definite conclusions here, but I think that was a very interesting discussion. So thank you so much for discussing with me. All right. Let us go on to Danny's story. Danny is not here today, but hopefully Danny will see the VOD, and you can always tag me and let me know your thoughts on my thoughts in one of the chats. I'm not always I'm dare say often not very good at replying, especially because, like, I'm super busy on Sundays, but I will always see your responses, and so Yeah, don't hesitate to say your responses and tag me. Alright. The Toy Chest by Danny Jalili. 337 words. It was morning again, and light was starting to sneak inside the toy chest. "She's not coming," the bear said to the doll. The bear sat on top of a pile of other toys, like it was his throne. The doll sat at the base of the pile, thrown into the corner. "And if she was coming, she's not playing with you." The doll couldn't remember the last time the chest was open. She couldn't even remember the name of the girl who threw her inside. Sally, Susie, Sandra. She remembered the girl looking so old and bored the final time she was outside. Not at all like the girl who cried when her legs first cracked. The doll looked down at her legs. Her left was hanging on her body with old Scotch tape. The right had completely fallen off. "When they open this chest up again, they'll give me to another family," the bear said, "and they'll throw you in the trash." He was probably right. Yeah, the best line of sight out of the chest. He could hear and see everything going on outside. "You're going into a landfill while I get another family," the bear said. "Who's going to want something like you?" "You're right," the doll said softly. "But I got to play with her." The bear snorted. "And look at you now. Hope it was worth it." The doll thought about all the twirls she did with the girl outside. She thought of how often she spun and danced while the girl sang and laughed. She remembered the layers of Scotch tape to keep her broken legs spinning, even when the cracks started to expand. She thought of getting taken out of the chest every now and again, even though the time between dancing sessions got longer and longer. And all the while, the bear sat on the top of the other toys, never moving, his yellow fur getting grayer from dust as time went on. "It was," the doll whispered. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. I hope that that whisper was still audible. Alrighty-roo. Did Danny have... I don't know if Danny had any notes. I think I saw a cheer. Thank you, whoever cheered. Oh, just a special thank you to Netset for taking a look at this piece in the writer's workshop. Okay. There was a note, but not like a questions note. Shut up, Lotso. Exactly. Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Yes. I thought the story was so good. So good, in fact, that when I first read it, I was holding back tears. I think, ever since, but I got to play with her. Cause I think I've said this before, that, like, aside from, like, any ones that I, like, review during the week, I read them out loud in the car as my mom drives around, and, like, she doesn't always, like, pay attention to them, and so, but I do, and, like, it helps me to read them aloud the first time, because I read them differently if I read them aloud versus reading them just, like, internally. I miss more things if I read it internally. And so, like, I got to, like, but I got to play with her, and the rest of the time I'm like, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. And so, like, that's pretty rare that a writing group story can make me laugh or make me cry. And so, yeah, that should tell you all you need to know about how amazing I thought it was. But, yes, let's just try going into specifics. Great little opener of the light starting to sneak inside the toy chest, so it's like, you know, they wake up as the light goes in. I like that. Interesting and sad that it kind of starts with the note of despair, of non-hope, that it's like she's not coming. I really like the image of the bear sitting there like it's his throne, and that's a great setup for how arrogant this character is going to be. And then it works very well that the doll is not only at the base of the pile, but also like in the corner. And so she's forgotten, discarded, broken. Already just from the placement of them, you know a little bit about their characters, and I think that works well. And then, of course, it's even sadder to go, not only is she not coming, even if she did, she wouldn't play with her, you know. Also, especially sad. This honestly was even more sad on, like, subsequent readings than the first readings, that she doesn't even remember the girl's name. Now, granted, there is an argument to be made that could maybe detract from the message that, like, she really cares, and the memories mean everything to her, that, like, she doesn't even remember her name, like, one of the most crucial parts of those memories. But, I don't know, again, it also adds to the sadness. I don't know how I feel about the word old there, because I can't tell if that means, like, she's elderly, or if that means, like, she's a teenager now. Like, she was 4 when she bought the doll, and, like, now she's a teenager. And then, I don't know how I feel about that when her legs first cracked, because honestly, the first time I read it, I thought it was the girl's legs who first cracked. This is something I run into quite a few times recently, that, like, pronouns go back to the last noun that you gave, the last noun of the proper, like, gender that you gave. And so, not at all like the girl who cried when her goes back to the last noun, her is girl. Oh no, the girl's legs cracked. And so it took me a second to go, oh, her meaning the doll. And that is, it's funny because I dealt with that in one of my stories this week, that in the Lanai and Wisteria story, we get confusing saying her all the time, and so I used their names more than I usually would, trying to make it abundantly clear who is talking. And so I do think this is one of those cases that just saying, you know, the doll's legs, even though it's a little bit clunky, would be better. I know that's nitpicky, but I like all I pretty much have are nitpicks for this story. Really like the, I mean, it's sad, but, like, in terms of the writing, I really like the image of, like, one leg is hanging off her body with old Scotch tape and the other's falling off. Very striking. And then I think it works well, again, in a sad way. Summary of my comments on this story. That works well in a sad way. That he's like, yeah, when they own this up again, like, she's moving on, and she's gonna give me to another family. I have hope. But, then she's gonna throw you in the trash, you know. It's interesting, the kind of, like, resignedness of, like, he was probably right. Like, there's not even, it doesn't seem said in, like, a sad way of, like, oh my gosh, he's right, or an angry way of, like, oh, can't believe he's right. It's just kind of like, yeah, he's all right. He's right, and I'm okay with that. And I think that's very interesting, and we'll kind of talk more about her attitude at the end, but... And then I do like the little clarification that, like, yeah, he's on the top. You talked about the light going into the chest so he can see the best out of the chest. Like, I don't know how to describe that, but that's a cool little world building thing where you didn't have to talk about those things, but I think they really add to it. Just like the spatialness of the light coming in, and then he can see what's out there and hear what's going on outside. There is something about landfill that's so much more evocative and so much sadder than just, like, trash. Because I guess, like, trash can make you think of, like, the trash can in your room, the trash can by the garage. But landfill, like, is like, oh, yeah, like, ooh, oh, I don't like that. That's especially bad, you know? Who's going to want something like you super sad, but works well in the writing. And then, like I said, like, this line really smacked me in the face emotionally. Like, the bear is being so mean and terrible, and the fact that the doll is able to, like, see the good in spite of all that, and instead of being like, oh my gosh, that's terrible, you're right, oh no, she's like, yeah, like I understand, but it's okay because I got to play with her. Like that's that's amazing. That's so powerful. And then the memories are great and beautiful. I love especially the description of like the layers and layers of Scotch tape. I definitely had toys like that where it's like, no, it's not just one layer of Scotch tape. Like it broke again, and I had to tape it again. That's such a relatable thing. Dancing sessions is a great, I don't know, way to describe that. I do think it's interesting the mention of the bear, his yellow fur getting grayer. Like I don't know if that's meant to say like, hey, maybe he's not like the hot stuff that he thinks he is. You know, he hasn't been played with either. I don't know. And then of course is like so powerful that like the hope is worth it. Like he doesn't really care. He's just trying to taunt her. But the fact that it ends with no, like it was worth it. And it's a really interesting take in the prompt in that instead of it, like, I think, at least for me, I often think of broken as like an adjective. Like, this thing is broken. But this story was about the breaking. That, I mean, it is about being broken too. But in the breaking was something beautiful. That the process of getting broken was her being well loved and well played with and well cared for. And so that was beautiful, and those memories are beautiful. Like, oh my gosh, that's amazing. That's so powerful. And I really wanted the girl to come up and open the chest and pick up the doll by the end. That she, remembers her favorite toy, or that she wants to put her on the shelf in a place of honor or something like that. And it's interesting because, of course, I'm sad that didn't happen. But I do think that there's something to be said about the fact, about, like, the messaging of the story, that it's like, yeah, no, like, what the bear said might be totally true. And it really sucks. But, like, the doll is able to see the hope and the beauty even through it all. And, like, that's so tragically powerful. This doll is a better person than I am. It's interesting because, like, one of the most striking lines of the live action Cinderella Disney movie to me is she, after the ball with the prince and everything, like, I think it's when, like, her stepmother locks her totally in the attic, like, she's stuck up there, and then I don't know if I can remember the exact wording of the line, but she's basically like, I don't think it's like she was happy, but it's something positive. Like she had a positive feeling because she knew that it would all turn to beautiful memories, or that she would always have the memories or something like that. And you see her like dancing in the attic. And like, I don't know, that's always been so powerful to me because like I don't think that I can do that. I don't know. But the fact that instead of being like, no, I have to get out, I have to get to the prince, or I have to get back at my stepmother or anything like that. It's like, does this suck? Yeah, it does suck, but I can see the good, and the good is my memories, and I can be content with the past. Like, I don't have to be with the prince in the present as long as I still have the beautiful memories of him. And so I think this has very similar vibes in there, that it's like, yeah, the present sucks. The future might suck more, but the memories are beautiful, and I am able to hold on to that and still have a positive outlook and be happy because I still have the memories. I still have the past. I think that's I don't know, that's very powerful. And I see that the ad is coming. I guess I'll pause there. Okay, so I was talking about the expensive blankets. So I kept going around the con, and the other blankets, I think the first ones were the most expensive, but the other blankets were like comparable prices. They also, like if the first one was $250, then the next one was like $200, or the third one was $200 or something like that, you know. They were all like just a little too much, and then I was like, I might still get like the 160 one, even though like that cuts into my merch budget a lot. It's like I really practically do need a blanket, and so I might do it anyways. And then I was like, well, but the thing is, like, all the ones that I looked at, I was like, yeah, like I did like the Victor one and stuff like that, but I'm not liking any of these more than the ones that I saw that first day from that first booth. Like, those ones were jaw-dropping when I saw them. I loved them so much. And so I was like, let me just go back there, make sure that they're as jaw-dropping as I remember them being. And then we'll see what the price is. And I was assuming that they would be the same. And like, especially because I thought they were like jaw-dropping, that they would be the same or even more expensive. And so I was like, like maybe my blanket dreams are gonna be gone, you know. And so I go back there, and I'm looking at the blankets and stuff like that, and then I look at the price, and they're $100. At least, you know, that was the lowest price, but like the other ones didn't have that. And so I'm like, now that I can do. That I can handle. I know it's just $50 less, but sometimes that really is a dent. I couldn't believe that, like, the ones that I loved the most from the beginning were the cheapest ones that I saw in the entire con. None of them were that cheap. And so I'm like, yep, I am going to buy one of those. And so I'm like kind of asking questions about it, and then I'm ready to buy, and so I go to get one. And then I start to realize, as I'm like filling out the form to buy it, I'm like, wait a second, I'm getting this today, aren't I? And then they freeze, and I wasn't going to. It was going to be a pre-order. And so then they were like, or the vendor was like, okay, well, like, we are supposed to tell you that it's a pre-order, and so if you didn't know that it was a pre-order ahead of time, you know, that's a problem, right? And granted, like, I do think that, like, I was looking through, like, the book and stuff. I do think that it said it, and I just missed it, because I wasn't looking at the top. I was looking at the blankets. But she went, I'll tell you what. I will give you the display. And so she did. She gave me the display blanket. And so I was able to have it for my hotel room, and it's gonna be too big to show the whole thing at once, but and I can't even see how much you guys can see, but it is Husk and Angel Dust from Hazbin Hotel, and then Alistair and Valentino at the top. I don't know. I just really love this style of art. I mean, and I think you guys probably know, like, I love mirror pieces. So much of the art that I've commissioned for my own characters is mirror art, like past Victor and present Victor, you know, Victor and Peter in Neverland, you know, versus London, kind of thing. And so this is also a mirror piece that I love, kind of the watercolor look to it. I love that it's a mirror piece, and it's really cool that it's like, it's them, and then like it's like the overlords who own their souls and stuff. Like, I just thought it was a really cool piece. And this is the one that that like I thought was jaw-dropping. What was I gonna say? I thought about getting, there was a, well, oh yeah, so like there was an Arcane Season 2 one, and so I was like, like, would I be happier with the Arcane Season 2 one? But that one, like, I'm glad that I asked this too, that I was like, oh, like, do you have that? Like, can I see that? Because again, I was assuming that I would get it that day, and then they were like, no, you don't have it. And so I was like, oh, okay, I guess I can't buy it. I guess they're sold out. Sort of thing. But yeah, I maybe I can try and like lay it on the ground and take a picture of it to show you later. But that's one of one of my merch pieces. I hope you think it's cool. But anyways, back to the story. And so so like I was hoping that there would be like a positive ending, but then I realized like, as sad as it is, like maybe it is more poignant that she doesn't, get, rescued by the end. But I do think that like a large part of why I wanted a positive ending is because the bear freaking sucks, man. He's such a meanie, like. And so I think that's like the main thing is I just really want him to get his comeuppance by the end. And so I think that's the only thing that I'm leaving the story feeling like a little bit icky about is that like the bear is so terrible and like he does not, he doesn't even get challenged, let alone getting any sort of, he doesn't get challenged, he doesn't get proven wrong or anything like that. And that's not necessarily a problem with the story. Like, unfortunately, this can happen where you have somebody who's mean and they never get their comeuppance for it and everything. But in terms of like story satisfaction, that does leave me a little bit dissatisfied about that. I'm like, okay, he just won. He won life. He sucked and he won. I hate that, But love the story, love the messages. I think it's very powerful to use toys with this prompt and to convey this idea. So I think you did an absolutely amazing job with this. Alright, now this is one of my favorites for this prompt. I love the direction taken here. Corian, I didn't even think about using the prompt this way. I really like it. Nice. Hello, Galler. Yes, not yet. Yep, I'm gonna make Mako's favorites this week too. Mako, I thought the use of the prompt was not only excellent, but unique. Yes. Ragnar, she might really care, but maybe a name is not something important to a doll. Consider that the doll itself might have different names depending on what the girl is playing in their specific make-believe world, and the girl as well might be changing characters. And so her name. So I think it also makes us think on what's the emotional weight of a name to a character that has a different experience than ours. That's really interesting. I did not think about it in that way at all. Yeah, that's a very good point. That yeah, now I kind of wish that the names were a little bit more fantastical. Like, what was her name? Like Princess something, or I don't know. Maybe it would be a little cheesy to be like Princess something, Cowgirl something. I guess if you use more descriptions of like, the Princess blank of the tower, or like Bonnie who rode through the West catching, all the bandits, so maybe if you gave it a little more, then that would work. Yeah, that's a very good point, that names might not have really come up in their games, or they might have changed a lot. Dessus thinks that the daughter opening the chest would weaken the story. Fair enough. Oh, and that's it. But yes, wonderful story, Daddy. Really knocked it out of the park with this one. Let us go on to Galler's story. The beauty of a distorted scar. Ordinary phantasms. I Gallert. 249 words. Noel raised his right arm, shaking as he did so, to channel his power. Memories of pain and fear shook inside his skull. His arms appeared almost bionic in nature. Pink-gray organic threads pretending to be sinew, attached to metallic bones surrounded by a white carapace, which ended in a synthetic hand. Noel used this piece of himself to materialize an object from his mind. However, his fears begged for him to stop, telling him, "Don't use your arms," repeatedly. They were reminders of how his power ran wild, how he had gone too far and mutilated his arms, which he repaired. "That doesn't mean I'm not tired of being afraid," Noel thought, ignoring the begging. Every time he tried to use his hands, he used other limbs, trying to avoid pain, only to still suffer. Often he felt anxious, looking at his arms. Everyone else seemed fine with it. Sometimes he assumed people thought him strange because of it. Other times he detested his arms, thinking they were tainted. Yet his mother said to him, "They aren't something to be ashamed of, dear," with a sweet smile on her face. "While it's true you made a mistake, you also tried to make up for it. The moment you learned from that, you attempted to fix it. They are proof that you can control it, and you just need to learn." He found relief in her words, but he didn't fully believe that he could control his power. "It ends now," Noel said, determined. His arm started to distort like a glitch in the world. There was pain, but unlike the other limbs, it was mercifully brief. And then, in his hand, a statue materialized. Imperfect, but perfect. Ugly, but beautiful. Horrific, yet pleasant. A distorted combination of contradictions, much like he felt himself to be. "I should have done this a long time ago," Noel said, smiling, tears in his eyes. This is what I missed the entire time." Right at that moment, Noel didn't feel tainted nor incomplete, but blessed for the life that he was given. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Thanks, says Galler. You're welcome. Alrighty-roo. Very interesting story, Galler. So, I recognize this name because it's a fairly unique name. And I looked it up, and sure enough, the dysphoria story, the story about the guy who's looking in the mirror and seeing, that not liking what he saw in his face, that there was kind of reptilian and also kind of robotic and stuff like that. He had the same name, so I presume that same universe, same name, that this is the same character, which is really interesting. If it's not the same character, I would strongly suggest that you change his name, because if you have a universe name and you have the character with the same name, we're gonna assume that it's the same character. But yes, so if it is the same character, that's really cool and interesting. I am curious because if I recall in that other story, the people started turning into monsters. I forget exactly what it was, but it was like everyone on the island, there was something wrong. I don't remember if it was like in the air or in the water or something, but it started turning everyone into monsters. And so I'm curious how like this part relates to that, how his arms and his power and stuff relates to the other like monstrosity and stuff like that. I think I might come back to my thoughts on that second paragraph. I do like the shook inside his skull. I think that's a great little image. I'm not quite sure what this means here. I'm not sure if this is you saying like he makes a statue at the end, and so I don't know if you're saying like, yes, he made the statue here. If so, I think just leaving it to the end would be better. Honestly, it only occurred to me right now that you might mean like in general. Like in general, he uses his hands to materialize an object from his mind. In which case, like, this is my fourth read, and only now did I understand that. And so I do think that there are better ways to phrase that, because right now the phrasing just sounds like, he did it. It happened. He materialized the thing, rather than he can. And honestly, I think just saying Noel he could use this piece of himself, would probably fix it. I do like the phrasing of his fears begged him to stop. I definitely understand that feeling. I'm curious if the meaning here is don't use your arms, period. Don't use your power, period. Or don't use your arms to activate your power. Because if it's anything other than don't use your arms, period, I would say either don't use your power or don't use your arms for this, or don't use your arms for your power. Because as is, don't use your arms, plus every time he tried to use his hands, he used other limbs. Again, like, nothing about this is talking about his power, it's just saying every time he used other limbs. That definitely sounds like he doesn't want to use his hands, period, and in general life, he's out here using other limbs. And, like, granted, like, if that's the story that you're telling, that's the story that you're telling. But, you know, as someone who also has a character who doesn't want to use their hands, yeah, that doesn't go so well for him. And granted, I'm sure that, you know, I mean, there are people out there who don't have either hand. And I don't know, other than, I mean, if they have, like, you know, the arm part, I think they still use, like, the arms. But if they don't, I don't know what they do, and I would presume that they probably would, you know, use their feet and stuff like that. So, like, yes, I'm sure it's not impossible, you know, to use your feet and stuff for, like, everyday tasks. And I don't know if he has a tail. If he has a tail, maybe that fixes the problem. But if it's just like he's scared of his hands and so he never ever uses them, really, I have a little bit of a tough time believing that. Because in my understanding, if you have hands, it's very hard to use anything else. I do like the attitude here of, like, that doesn't mean I'm not tired of being afraid. I can definitely relate to that feeling of, like, I am afraid, but I'm tired of being afraid. You know, that, I don't know, it's an interesting thing where it's like, I don't want to be afraid anymore, but I am. What do I do? You know, kind of thing. And then I don't really know what trying to avoid pain only to still suffer means. Like, if that means that, like, again, I don't know if it means that he uses his power, and his power is painful no matter what limb he uses for it. And again, if it's in general, like, okay, why is general life causing him such pain? You know, why are his other non-mutilated limbs causing him so much pain? I do like this part here of, like, everyone else seemed fine with it, because I feel like that's definitely a thing a lot of the time where you're like, oh my gosh, like, I'm so anxious about this thing. This thing is such a big deal, and everybody else is like, it's fine, man. Like, it doesn't really bother me. And I like the, you know, he assumed that people thought him strange because of it. And it's just like, no, like, they're good with him. Especially this is the monster world. Everything's a little strange here. I don't feel like that's really separate from, like, detesting his arms. Because, like, oh yeah, he assumed that people thought him strange and then he detests his arms. Those feel like they bond together well. So I think the other times phrasing is a little odd, that it's like, sometimes he feared people thought he was strange, and other times he himself detested them, and it's like, well, unfortunately, you can do both. You can both hate your own arms and fear that other people hate them too. I do like the little scene here with his mother. I think that's very sweet and very cute. And the sweet smile is a nice little thing. I like her message there of you don't need to be ashamed. I don't know how I feel about the phrasing of make up for it, because like you made a mistake but you made up for it kind of like means you did something wrong, you know. It could be a small boo-boo or a big boo-boo, but you messed up in some way. And like, yes, he did mess up, he did make a mistake, but it's not something that like he needs to be forgiven for or apologize for to somebody else. It's just like, no, he made a mistake and the only person it hurt was him, and like, you know, the moment you learn from it, you attempted to fix it. Well, it was his arms, so like of course he tried to fix it. You know, this isn't like him, I don't know, accidentally eating his coworker's sandwich in the fridge because he didn't know that it was his coworker's, and then trying to make up for it by making them a new sandwich the next day and trying to fix it. You know, it's not like that. It's like, yeah, like he needs his arms, or at least, you know, you'd like to have arms. And so of course he tried to fix it. It's not anything he needs to say sorry or be forgiven for. So I really like what the mom says about like, you don't need to be ashamed. And I do like the positivity of like, hey, like you're scared of this power, but the minute that you did something you messed up with the power, you also tried to use the power to fix it so you can control it. I do think that really works and is interesting and heartfelt. But some of the phrasings trip me up there a little bit. And I do like that idea too. I think that's relatable of like, I'm relieved by these words, but I'm not sure I believe them. You know, you have to see it in action. I don't know exactly why he gets this sudden moment of like, it ends now. You know, I would kind of like to know a little more about why he suddenly made that decision today of all days to, you know, try and get past his fear. But I do still like it. And interesting that it looks like a glitch. And then I don't know what you mean here by there was pain, but unlike the other limbs, it was mercifully brief. Especially because you said earlier, every time he tried to use his hands, he used other limbs trying to avoid pain only to still suffer. To me, that sounds like he's using other limbs to try to avoid pain, meaning his arms hurt the most, but unfortunately the other limbs still hurt. And then this time it sounds like you're saying, actually the arms hurt less than the other limbs. And maybe that's the point, is he hasn't tried, and so he doesn't realize that it's actually better with his arms. But it's not quite clear, and it's not quite clear even quite what the pain is exactly. I really like your description of the statue. It totally has that vibe of Wabi Sabi that I talked about in the prompt intro, and so I think that that works quite well. I am curious if he intended it to be like that, to be distorted yet beautiful. Because if he didn't, then unfortunately that would just be more reason to be like, oh no, my power doesn't work. I meant it to be beautiful and it's all distorted. But, you know, if he meant it to be that way, then it works quite well. And like with the other stories, I like that he finds the beauty in it and he's like, oh, this is beautiful, you know. But I'm not really with him, you know. He's saying, like, this is what I missed the entire time. I don't really know what he was missing, you know. I don't know why he got this moment of, it ends now. I don't know what he thought he was missing. Of course I see, like, oh yeah, like, the statue is helping him understand himself and see the beauty in himself and stuff like that, which is very cool. But I don't know what, in a larger sense about his power, you know, that means. And then similar thing here of like, it's beautiful that he's like, he feels blessed and not tainted and stuff like that. But I especially don't know why it goes so far as not only does he feel not tainted, but even blessed. Like, okay, like I can get behind him not feeling tainted, but blessed? Why is he feeling that, you know? Maybe saying, like, blessed for the power he was given might work a little bit better, because it's like, oh, hey, I made something beautiful with this power, and so I feel blessed that I have it, actually. That, you know, would work better for me, I think. But going back to, well, before I forget, so the story's called The Beauty of a Distorted Scar, which is a beautiful title. I'm not sure it quite fits, though, because this isn't a scar. His entire arms are off. All his arms are gone. And so that's a lot more than a scar. That's like an amputation, you know? So, I don't know how I feel about that. And then, the word here, so... this word used to say casket, and I saw in the comments that you were like, oh, actually, sorry, I meant carapace. And I'm wondering why you didn't change it. Like, I saw a discussion about, like, themes of death and stuff like that. But the thing is, in this particular case, like, casket means something entirely different, and using the word casket makes that paragraph not understandable. And, like, I wanted to make a little, like... picture of it, but if you use casket, then it's like, okay, like his pink gray organic threads pretending to be sinew attached to metallic bone. Okay, so we have metallic bone, we have threads of the muscle, and then we have surrounded by a white casket. And let's try and look up a picture. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. That. Then we have this on his arms. So yeah, we have we have a metal bone, we have the muscle, and then we have two giant white caskets, or even if they're tiny white caskets surrounding them. Yeah, that's a very different and clearly wrong image. The reason that I made the face I did, I don't know if you can read it. This is from Walmart. This image that I found. Walmart, why are you selling caskets? But anywho. And so, like, yeah, there's sometimes when, like, somebody corrects a, when the comments are like, oh, I think you meant this, and it's, like, not a big deal if you don't fix it. By the way, I always, if there's something wrong, and especially if a comment points it out, I always prefer that you would fix it so that I don't have to fix it. Or that, and, like, you know, if I hadn't seen the comment, then I wouldn't have known to fix it. But anyway, so, like, this one, like, you can't understand the image and the sentence with the original phrasing, and so that felt very important to fix. And so I am just kind of wondering if you forgot or why you decided not to fix it. And this is just, I don't know, kind of my call to, like, hey, if something like this happens to any of us, make sure that you fix it, you know. But yeah, very interesting foray back into Noel and his story. All arms are gone. Prompt 248, all arms are gone. Amazing. Alright, let's see. Back to the other story. Arachno said, I wouldn't say the bear won. He is hoping and gloating on a very small victory that might not even be a victory, which is incredibly common with petty characters. He is, after all, also a discarded toy, and one could argue that, despite his position in the test, even more abandoned and forgotten for the time being. Interesting. He gloated because he won a battle without thinking about the war. Very interesting. Yeah, I think I meant it more like, yeah, maybe one was not the right word, because, yeah, no, I how do I phrase it? it's more like won the argument, I guess. Like won this scene. Like I don't mean he won in general life. Though granted, if he does go to another family and she goes to the landfill, I would say that he won. But it's just like, yeah, like she doesn't say anything to correct him. Like, yes, she does say that it was worth it and everything like that. And like, again, maybe it's just that she's a better person than me, that she's like, no, I don't need to correct him. I don't need to challenge him. I know who I am. I know my worth. Kind of thing. But like, I leave this story feeling like he won the scene. You know, that he was, I don't know how to phrase it, that he didn't get any comeuppance or punishment. He wasn't taken down a peg or anything like that. I don't know. I don't know how to phrase it. Anyway, back to Gallers. Noel is part of one of my original fiction settings. This is much later in the timeline of his character development, and then yeah, that's Noel. Okay, so yeah, this is the Monster Boy. The moment the corruption got him, he got the power to materialize anything from his imagination through his own body. Oh, so like he uses his body itself to create it? That feels important. Like you do say that there's pain, but just saying there's pain, I'm like, okay, so like you make lightning, but it hurts, you know, as it goes up your arm. Like, that's very different from, like, no, your hand is now the statue. And I definitely didn't get that impression from the statue and stuff. And so, yeah, I feel like talking about that and talking about literally his body turns into that thing. That I think that would have been helpful. He went too far and his arms exploded as collateral. So it's not so much that like he tried to make something and then his arms turned into that thing. It's just like he tried too hard and they just fully exploded. Why? Or is it like they still, you did say they're collateral, so I guess it's still using the arms to make it, but they exploded off. I'm not sure. Elaborate on the fleshy, literally bloody details. I mean, we've had some pretty intense stories before. I don't know for sure how bad it would be, but I feel like you could talk about that, like, at least in some capacity. At least to kind of say it uses his body, you know? Don't channel it through your arms. Don't channel it through your arms would work a lot better. Yes, because instead of it being, don't use your arms, period, it's just like, yeah, don't channel it through your arms. That would work. It is way more painful for him with other limbs. It's just that Noel is very, very stubborn, and he often listens to things he shouldn't, specifically his fears. Huh. Interesting. So, I guess my question would be, why is it phrased as, it sounds like he's, part of the reason I guess it's not the whole reason, but specifically a big part of why he's trying to not use his hands and use other limbs is that he's trying to avoid pain. And so it seems a little weird to go, I do not want to use my arms because I don't want to have pain. And so I'm going to pick the option that's more painful, you know? So I think that focusing more on the, you know, I mean, you do focus on the memories and stuff, but I guess just like rephrasing this sentence and stuff like that, you know, every time he tried to use his hands to channel his power, he used other limbs, trying to avoid the memories, maybe, might work a little bit better. Just to note, this is later in the story. I'm planning, it's gonna be way different in general. He uses his back or legs. Huh. Yeah, and that also very much helps with that confusion of, like, he uses other limbs, because it's like, he is literally materializing things from his body. So, like, yeah, it's not just, like, using his feet as hands, it's, like, materializing something out of his back, like, Momo does in Boku no Hero. It's more like trying to materialize his life into something physical. That makes sense. I was trying to convey relief. I mean, I did get, like, the relief from the end. I just don't quite get the why, if that makes sense. Mutilation would be better. Oh, for the title, you mean? The beauty of a distorted mutilation. That's a little intense. Let's see, what would I do? I mean, maybe I'd just do the beauty of a distortion. Yeah, you know, that's interesting, because I was like, it's not really a scar, but now as I'm trying to think, okay, but what would you use? Like, I guess you could say the beauty of a distorted amputation, but like, saying distorted in front of amputation is like, that's redundant and intense, you know? And saying the beauty of an amputation, like, is also intense. I don't know, interesting. So yeah, I think the beauty of a distortion is the way to go. Because I have the attention span of a fly and forgot to do it. Gotcha. Would it be you were thinking of a plaster cast? Arachnar asked. Also, correlated casket with carapace. Gotcha. Full Metal Alchemist-like situation. What, the metal arms? I mean, that was also a question I had, because you said, like, how he got too far and mutilated his arms, which he repaired. And then, like, the moment that you learn from that, you attempted to fix it. Does that mean, especially knowing what I know now, could he just remake his arms? Like, could he say, like, I am trying to imagine what I would... Bring my imagination into reality. I am imagining I have arms again. And so are the bionic arms, like, actually his arms? Or is it not, like, a prosthetic? It's just like, no, that is what he looked like. Those are his arms that he remade. In which case, there is, like, that does kind of undermine the story a little bit, because, like, it did feel like the whole point is, like, he don't have arms no more, and so, of course, like, he's a bit hesitant to do this. Well, I guess, that's interesting, because there's also an element of, well, if they're, like, actually really his arms, which he could actually really lose again, then maybe that's more reason for him not to want to lose them again. So, I don't know.
Hello, kitty. There's Killed a Kip.
For his own flesh, cells, blood, and bones multiply for raw material for transmutation and transformation. Yeah, that definitely seems like he got him back then. Yeah, I guess it just, like, takes away the cost quite a bit, because it's like the whole point is, oh no, I have lost my arms, and then it's like, well, not really though, you got him back a second later through that very power. And so I guess it goes back to what you were saying, like, he listens to his fears when he shouldn't, but I don't know, it's interesting. In terms of price, is that it? Ragnar asks. If he's not careful, he could potentially become a flesh cube or worse. Worse than a flesh cube? Would that be a flesh hypercube? How would he become a flesh cube? I mean, I don't know if I want to know. A living thing wandering around and insisting on breaking everything apart like an abominable mini kaiju. On top of that, he isn't mentally well to begin with. So he has some animalistic instincts. Yeah, I got animalistic instincts was the word you needed to correct. The beauty of a contradiction? Yeah, that could work. Not quite werewolf, but that kind of mess with his mind. I see. So, like, the lizard part of his brain, you know, is kind of a werewolf situation. He reconstructed his mind high-strung and basically trying to fix everything in a quick manner while mentally not okay in the moment. It didn't end well. Basically self-surgery without knowledge of anatomy or medical knowledge. Gotcha, I see. So he did get the arms back, but they're basically botched. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah. I think that works. There is still an element of like, well, in that case, that means that there's a way to not botch it. So that means, like, that if you mess up again, it is another chance to actually do better, make new, better arms next time. But it does, like, keep the cost a bit better. I think the sinew is not messed up, or is messed up. Did you say it was messed up? I mean, you said it was pretending to be sinew, but I just kind of thought of that as a prosthetic, you know, it's like fake sinew, not like, you know, it is sinew, but it's botched. That's what was left from what he tried to do. Interesting.
Kitty. You wanna go up there? Yeah, you can.
Aha, there is the picture of him. Very interesting. Getting thunder here, Massa says. I hope that you are doing well in this storm. All your arms belong to us. Yeah, that was my mom. I think it was a cough. The right to bear arms, lack thereof. No arms, unarmed, if you will. This character is a lot of body horror. Fair. Alright. Well, very interesting story, Galler. Thank you so much for submitting. Okie dokie. I don't believe... No, we have not unlocked Documancer's story, so if you'd like to unlock her story, then don't hesitate to cheer during the praise and... or during the story or during the praise and critique of the story. And it is a little bit less than usual. It is 7,000 instead of 8,000. Alright. Being Human. Starlit Darkness. Planet Alandor. Aerith. By Aerith Winterfell. 349 words. When I was a child, I thought there was something wrong with me. It all began with voices in the air. A susurrus of whispers, with time became clearer. One day, when I had been crying as a child, I heard my mother's voice very clearly, even though she wasn't speaking to me. They were angry words. Why can't you just behave? Quit crying. Wish you just shut up. But verbally, she just sighed and picked me up and held me. I stopped crying because her voice had frightened me. I think she just assumed I stopped because she picked me up. It was my father who figured out I was telepathic, hearing everyone's thoughts around me. He was a gifted telepath and taught me to understand my gifts. But he also taught me when to be silent and to not share with others what they've been thinking. I quickly learned other children would be frightened of me if I shared their secrets. It was better to bottle up what I heard, to play pretend that I didn't hear it at all. It reinforced all over again that I was isolated from my peers, from my teachers, sometimes even my mom, all because I was gifted. It was a blessing that I eventually learned to shut out the voices of others. Well, most of the time. Even then, from time to time, strong emotions from others poked through. By then, though, I'd learned and gotten used to all the ugliness of humanity, all the dirty thoughts even adults had, disgusting things, anger and hate, and the fears that underlay them. I could hear it all. Eventually, it just got boring, and no longer shocked me. It was all just so human. Therein lay the rub of it. Ascended beasts we were. High and elegant thoughts chained in the muck and mire. Ironically, I found beauty in that. The striving to elevate ourselves. To be thankful my gifts gave me the chance to see all of that. To more deeply know what it is to be human. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Thank you for the cheer, Mako. Alrighty, Rue. I thought this was a really good explanation or exploration for what it would be like to be a telepath. It's funny because over the years I have slowly removed my telepathic characters from like either I like stopped, working on the stories about them, or like I've removed them from the stories that I am working on. But this is the kind of thing that I've always like wanted to write about a telepathic character, of like someone who can't shut off the thoughts and how terrible and terrifying that would be. And I think that you did a really great job in 350 words of describing what that would be like. I think the first sentence works super well, especially for the prompt that you just start off straight away like, I thought I was broken, and then I like this idea of like, okay, there's voices in the air. Susurrus, a new word I've learned. I forget whose story. I think it was probably Dusthead's that taught me that word. And now I know that word and like it, because it's totally an onomatopoeia. I can totally imagine just all these like indistinct whispers and then becoming clearer. It's so sad that it became clearer on that, and I don't know how I'd feel about the mom's words, because on the one hand, like especially if she's like tired, had a long day, I could imagine that a mom would think that, and just because you think that doesn't mean like. It doesn't mean you'd say that, doesn't, it's weird because I want to say, just because you think that doesn't mean you think that, but it's kind of that thing of, oh, what is it that like, your first thought is what you've been trained to think, and your second thought is what you really think, and so it could be one of those things where it's like, oh, like, just shut up, oh wait, I can't believe I'd think that, it could be that sort of thing, But anyway, so like, there's kind of an element of like, yeah, I totally believe that somebody would think harshly in their head because they don't think anybody can hear it. But then again, there's kind of an element of like, would a mother be kinder even in her head? Would a mother be something more like, why can't you just behave? Quit crying. Wish you'd just stop. Would it be more like that? I'm not quite sure. I'm curious what you guys think in that regard, but. I like that, but regardless, I do like it in a tragic way that, like, this is his mom who he loves, like, his comfort, his security, and, like, she's the first one that he's hearing the worst of her. And again, like, she probably wouldn't treat him like this, verbally out of her mouth, but, unfortunately, he got to hear the worst of her that was in her head. And I like that you used the greater than, less than signs. I was talking last time about, like, single quotes and stuff, and I was saying that, that, like, if you use a unique, like punctuation to convey something, then we will, like, you only use it for this thing, then we can go, aha, it's this thing. And that's exactly what you're doing here. Like, if you only use those for thoughts, so we can immediately go, aha, those are thoughts. Personally, I still probably would put it in italics, because for me, one of the things I like about a telepathic character like this is that you wouldn't be able to tell if it's your thoughts or if it's their thoughts, potentially. And granted, if you want a strong distinction between them, then that's even more reason to use this. But, like, you don't know where's that's coming from and who's actually thinking it. And so putting it in italics actually would work, because in that sense, the confusion of it, the potential confusion of it, it's actually a benefit, because it's the same confusion that the character is feeling. But especially if that character is not feeling that it especially works to do this, and I think, and all I have to say, I think that what you did works, even though it's a little strange, and maybe because it's a little strange. And then I do think it's powerful, this image of, like, he, like, just kind of stopped, and, like, I'm just imagining a baby with, like, wide eyes just being like, oh my gosh, but the mom's like, it's okay, they're there. And it's like, Mom hates me. So I think you described that very well, of like, her voice frightened him, but she just stopped because she thought that he'd stopped because she picked him up. Very interesting that the dad was also a telepath. Makes sense that then the son would be telepathic. And then I do think it's interesting. I'm like, yeah, he taught me to understand my gifts, but he also helped me understand that other people aren't so hot on my gifts. Other people aren't into it, and so you need to be careful what you say and be silent. So I think like that whole paragraph works very well and feels very realistic for what you'd have to do if you were a telepath that couldn't turn it off. And it's like, hey, you can't help it, you can't turn it off. But, like, other people aren't cool with it, and will be freaked out. So, like, you kind of need to keep this on the inside. Nobody else can keep it on the inside from you, but you have to keep all of it on the inside. And I think it's relatable, that, like, sure, I'm not a telepath, but I absolutely know the feeling of, like, hey, you need to bottle it up and not let anybody know what you're actually feeling, what you're actually thinking. And so I think that even though it's like sci-fi and fantastical, I think it is like real and relatable too. And then I do like all because I was gifted. I especially think that works well because you use gifts here. It's like, this is neutral here. I'm like, yeah, he taught me to understand my gifts. And then it's like, like he told me that they're gifts, and I thought that was neutral to positive. But then I don't feel so gifted. Like, after all this time of having to hide what I'm really understanding and thinking and feeling, this feels like a curse, not a gift, And then, very good that he can shut out the voices of others. Wasn't really expecting that, but good that he can. And then I definitely believe that, as a telepath, you would be seeing so much ugliness and so much dirtiness. Yep, disgusting things, anger, hate, fears, absolutely. There is an awkwardness to the line of all the dirty thoughts even adults had. And I'm like, if your children are having more dirty thoughts than your adults have, your world is effed. Like, you have a huge problem here, my good sir. And so I think that the reason you had it this way is because it's like he was a kid and was around kids, and then as time went by, he's like, oh, like I'm around adults more, and now I'm understanding like the difference between adult thoughts and kid thoughts. Like, like kids already had like some sucky, ugly thoughts, and now like adults do too. That sucks. But yeah, I definitely feel like the kids would be like, aw, like, Jamie doesn't want to play with me. That sucks. And then the adults are thinking about, like, sex and stuff. And are thinking about actual dirty things. And so I do think that's a little awkwardly phrased. And then I definitely believe that a telepath will, like, at first would be like, this is horrifying. Oh my gosh, I want to wall myself away. And then over time it'd be like, I have heard all of this before. Like, none of it shocks me anymore. Like, even though it was horrifying at first, it's just life now. It's just humanity. And then I guess I'll talk about the my biggest critique as I get to the last paragraph here, because I think that is a better way of discussing the final paragraph. So my biggest critique for the piece, unfortunately, pretty similar to some of my critiques for the others, is that I think the brokenness comes through super clearly. And yes, the beauty is clearly there, and you even say beauty directly. But I am left wondering why. So we start the story, and we even start with, I thought there's something wrong with me. And then we have, we hear Mom's mean words in her head. And, like, this is brokenness. This is a bad thing that, like, he's hearing his mom's angry words that he shouldn't be hearing. And then, yeah, we have the father who's like helping him understand his gifts, but that's pretty neutral. Like, this is neutral, not super positive, and it's not about the brokenness itself. Well, I mean, I guess it is. I guess it is in the sense that like he's like, this is a gift, you know. But you know, this doesn't come through. This isn't the same beauty that's at the bottom, and doesn't come through super strongly as like a beauty image. But the rest of the paragraph is super strong and powerful, and it's very broken. It's like, I need to be silent. They're all going to be scared of me. I can't share their secrets. I need to play pretend, and then that makes me isolated. Not just isolated from my peers, from my teachers, the adults, and from my mom, the person in my house, like one of the people who I should be the least isolated from. All because I was gifted. And so the thing that might have been positive up here becomes actually very negative. And so there's a blessing here, but the blessing is against the broken thing. You know, it's like, yeah, the blessing is that I was a little less broken. The blessing is that, like, I was able to shut it out a little bit. But then, like, we talk about, yeah, the ugliness of humanity, dirty, disgusting, anger, hate, fears, like, all of it's terrible, broken, like, this is all really bad. Okay, so, like, the whole story has been, like, all the brokenness. Everything's terrible. Like, even ever since a kid, he thought that something was wrong. And it broke his relationship with his mom, and it broke his relationship with his peers, his teachers, everyone around him. It made him see the worst in everyone around him. Okay, so therein lay the rub of it. Like, oh, okay, you have my attention and intrigue, and we're going to talk about the beauty. I'm here for it. Ascended beasts we were. That immediately for me goes to like, therein lay the rub. Oh, we're going somewhere positive. Okay. And then we're going somewhere positive. And then ascended beasts we were. Immediately plunges back down. And like, it's interesting because I do wonder if my reading of that line is very affected by, my worldview, because like, yes, I do believe that, you know, like, we're animals, like, that's our categorization. We're in the animal kingdom, but I do not believe that we are beasts. And so to me, to just be like, oh yeah, we're nothing more than ascended beasts, is a very negative thing of like, yeah, we're base, we're just like instincts, we're just yeah, we're just like sex and food and sleep and like cruelty and like we're cruel to each other and stuff like that. And like, ascended doesn't outweigh the damage of beasts to me. Like, the beasts, like I said, is part of the brokenness. Is like, oh yeah, we're just beasts, we're base creatures, we're monsters. And like, ascended is almost a mocking thing. You know, it's kind of like a putting lipstick on a pig kind of image to me. that it's like, yeah, you slapped something nice on a beast. It's still a beast, you know. And so to me, I'm like, okay, therein lay the rub. All right, we're at the hope, we're at the beauty. We're beasts. We suck. Back to brokenness, you know. And then high and elegant thoughts chained to the muck and mire. Where are those high and elegant thoughts? I have not heard any high and elegant thoughts mentioned anywhere in the story. I've definitely heard the muck and the mire, though. And so, like, even though you say high and elegant thoughts, again, it's a very similar image to the Ascended Beast thing, where it's like, high and elegant thoughts chained to the muck and mire, you know? That it's, to me, like, that image isn't like, oh yeah, like, we're beautiful and it's so sad that we're chained to the muck and mire. That image is like, yeah, the muck and mire is who we really are. Like, we're trying to have some high and elegant thoughts, but it's not who we really are. We're the muck and the mire. We will never actually have, you know, the high and elegant thoughts, because they will always be chained to the muck and the mire. And like I said, there also isn't really like evidence of the high and elegant thoughts either. Like, if there are other parts of the story had the high and elegant thoughts, then then I might get a better impression of that image and be like, yeah, we're striving for the high and the elegance, but oh no, we're chained to the muck and the mire. But because the whole story has been nothing but muck and mire and no high and elegant thoughts, then like that's the part that comes through and seems to matter more, you know? And then ironically, I found beauty in that. Okay, like there's the prompt, that's great. That's cool for you. I'm really glad that you found beauty in that. Why though, Aerith? Like, everything that's been described sucks. So, like, I'd really love to know your secret sauce here. I'd really love to know your secret and why you found beauty in that, because I ain't seeing it. The striving to elevate ourselves. Okay, so, like, that might be, like, the one truly positive image in the whole story of, like, okay, like, you find beauty in trying to elevate ourselves. Okay. But I guess, like, even as I say that, it's like, yeah, same images as before. It sounds like we're trying to elevate ourselves, but we never really will. You know, like, we will always still be disgusting at the core of it. We will always still be beasts, no matter how much we try to elevate ourselves. And so even that is tainted by the brokenness, you know. So to be thankful, my gifts gave me the chance to see all of that. All of what? What is that? Because all of that I've seen sucks. You know, all of that is humanity sucking. So why are you thankful for that? Like, again, good for you, but why? And then to more deeply know what it is to be human. Okay, like, of course I think that's, like, a beautiful and interesting and, like, transcendent thing there. And so I do think that, like, you're going for a very interesting message there, but I leave that going, okay, so what it means to be human is pretty sucky, pretty disgusting. We're just like beasts. We're broken beasts with the dirty thoughts and everything. Like, I'm glad you see beauty in that, but I don't, you know? And so, like, I think that, like, the one thing that kind of works there is that it's kind of this element of, like, I am happy to be human and see what it is to be human, even if what being human is sucks. There is kind of that there, and I do kind of like that. But yeah, so, like, for me, like, I can't say that the prompt isn't there, because you very obviously were trying to get the prompt in there. But by the end, I'm going, glad you see beauty. I don't see it in this story. I don't know where it is. I don't know why you see it. And so I do think that there are a couple different ways that you could fix that issue. I think that throughout the story you could have used more neutral to positive images. Like, you could have had the mom's thoughts be more neutral to positive, or you could have had this one and then also had her think something like what I said before of, like, oh, why am I thinking that? This is my baby, you know, something like that. Or she picks him up and then she has a nice thought, or something like that, you know, that could have helped. Like, if throughout the story, yeah, that could have worked really well. If throughout the whole story it's all a dichotomy, like, it's all, first with the mom we have the terrible thought and then we have a good thought after. And then we have, you know, it allowed me to, like, it isolated me from my peers because I couldn't tell anybody about it, but it also meant, like, I knew what Jamie wanted for Christmas, and so I got it for him. Like, maybe not that exact image, but that kind of thing. Like, I knew what he wanted, so I could help. Like, I knew what they were struggling with, so I could also help them, even without telling them what the problem was, you know. It made me really good in school, because I knew all the answers from the teacher's head, and stuff like that. And then, like, same thing here, of, like, you could talk about how disgusting and ugly and gross people think, but you can also talk about, wow, like, each person is unique and beautiful, and there's also, like, within that muck and mire, there's also beautiful thoughts and kind thoughts, and, like, I see people helping each other all the time and stuff like that. And so I think if the whole story kind of had that dichotomy, then by the time we reach the end, we would be like, yeah, I can see that, like, yeah, there's brokenness and terrible parts to it, but there's also good parts to it and beauty in this. I think you also could do it keeping everything just as broken as it was, but just really go into the beauty at the end. Yes, you'd probably have to sacrifice a part. I would probably sacrifice some parts in, like, the school section. but like just really say like exactly what's beautiful about it. Like no like caveats of like we're beasts and we suck and we're in the muck and mire, but like we try to elevate ourselves, but rather purely beautiful things of like, hey, we're creative, we make things even in the darkness, we help each other, you know, kind of thing. Like if you just really said where the beauty is, you know, what's beautiful to him, I think that also would have worked. Even if you kept the beginning just as broken as it is in this version. And so, yeah, I really like the idea that you're going for here of like, hey, there is much grossness in humanity, but there's also beauty. And like a telepath would see that more than anything. I think that's a really beautiful and interesting and cool idea for this prompt. I just needed that beauty part explored more, if that makes sense. And then where is the ad? Kitty cat. Yeah, now it's time to show you the other art, but like we're at the end of the stream, we're only gonna have like, I don't know, we usually end at 9 something, so we'll probably only be one more ad at most, and so I don't think it's worth going and getting the other pictures. Alright. Oh yeah, I'm not looking at the chat because we're not there yet. Kitty, can you come here so I can show you off? It'd be a nice thing to show off in the ad. Silly little cat. So it's funny, I think you guys know this, but I always have, there's a ton of fidget toys here on this counter. So I have the dragon that, oh, I can put I have the dragon that I showed you a while ago. 3D printed dragon. I have this thing, which I assume is quite loud in the mic, so I don't tend to use it. But there's that to fidget with. There is little 3D printed ball that I sometimes toss around. And then I'm not wearing it right now, but I often have my Worry Stone necklace to fidget with. And then I just brought in these dice. They are for your car, but we don't use them for the car, so I just brought them in to play with. And then my dad brought out the fidget spinner that he got long ago when they were all the rage. It's really funny because when it hit, like, no, it wasn't me who got the fidget spinner. It was my dad. And it's funny because, like, I was being very fidgety last night, and I tried to fidget with this, and I was like, no, it don't do it for me. Like, I need to, like, you know, play with my hands like the dice make me play. But this is great for a stream fidget, because the dice were making noise, and the dragon makes noise, and the tower makes noise, but this doesn't. And so this is a perfect thing for my my hands to play with. The Holly for Always, yes, that's loud, the blue thing. Maybe it's louder than I thought it was. Alright. Back to the story. But yeah, I think that was pretty much the end, unless... Did I ever have notes that I didn't write down? Nope, he didn't. Nope, nope. I have a fidget cube. Also can cover fidget spinners. Also didn't work for me. The idea of a child hearing adults' thoughts is horrifying and sad. Absolutely, absolutely. That, yeah, knowing things that they shouldn't. Not only like hearing like angry personal thoughts that he shouldn't, but like hearing like the dirty things that he shouldn't and everything. Eric, now the idea of any telepathic character not being able to turn off their attention to the thoughts of others is incredibly terrifying. Yep, agreed. Can't really think of a worse experience than knowing what others are thinking while they talk with us. I can think of a few, but, you know, it wouldn't be fun. There you go, I was thinking about that too, the first thought, second thought thing. Oh, nice. With the even adults part, it says there's more like teenager thoughts versus adults' thoughts. I see, so it's kind of like the horny teens versus the adults kind of thing. Gotcha. Yeah, where'd it go? Yeah, that does make more sense. I do feel like that's kind of a darling that you probably have to kill for clarity. But yeah. Right now, children tend to not have the same reactions that adults have, which is why kids can be unbelievably cruel. Yeah, that is fair. Like, I mean, it's kind of, I don't know, it's just like, kids don't know about the world yet, and so there's a lot of things that they don't know about that adults do, and so kids absolutely can be unbelievably cruel, and sometimes crueler than adults. But, like, with a kid, you know... Oh, I had something, and then it flew out. What was it going to be? Like, I don't know, somebody might have a big, like, scar on their face that they got in a traumatic accident, and then a kid could come up with them and be like, why are you so ugly? You know? And it's like, that sucks, that's a terrible thing. But, and I guess that's part of it, is like, kids say what they're thinking. And so it's like, yeah, you would hear in their heads, why is that guy so ugly? I feel like that would be like... On a scale, generally, like, better to hear, less dark to hear, than adults thinking super NSFW thoughts when you're a kid, you know? Alright, the Send of Beast. I actually thought of Savion a little bit. That sort of beast, perhaps. Can an animal be human? Huh, interesting. I'm not quite sure exactly what you mean by that. Earth, I do see your critiques though. It's very helpful. I'm glad to hear that. I think I was imagining things I couldn't fit in, but I'm unsure. But perhaps I was too harsh in the negatives. Fair. I think it's more numerous in the negatives rather than harsh. Because I think like everything that you said makes perfect sense. Nothing feels like, oh, that's over the top bad. Like other than asking like, would a mom think that? But other than that, it's like, yeah, I can see all of this. It's just like all of it's negative with no positives thrown in there. And so it's like, if the negatives were less numerous, or if there were positives too, then that would outweigh it. Was that all you want? To be picked up? Such a cutie patootie mama's boy thing, maybe. Yes, exactly, for like the second thought. Dog. I prefer the fidget cube over the fidget spinner too. Nice. I was thinking like the Narnian animals that can talk. I guess I'm confused because it sounds like you guys are saying like when you saw the Ascended Beasts we were a thing, like you just thought of actual animals talking or actual animals becoming people. But to me that line was clearly about humanity, like just like as we are, like we're beasts and stuff. So I'm not sure I get it. I mean, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. well, tell me about the eye of the beholder. Like, yes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and, like, sure, he can, like, see the beauty that I can't, but we're in his head. And so I should be seeing what he's seeing. Like, even if I'm like, I don't agree with you, and I feel like that doesn't outweigh the ugliness, I should still be seeing the beauty that he's seeing. I still should understand why he thinks it's beautiful, even if I end up not agreeing with him, if that makes sense. Okay. So here's the thing. First of all, we're kind of early. At least I think we are. Second of all, I'm not very tired. The thing is, yes, did I use my monthly powers last week? Yes, I did. But I feel like, especially because, like, these two stories were guaranteed stories, and so, like, originally they were going to be a guaranteed. I feel like I can make an exception and just be like, through wackiness of monthly powers and guaranteed story being in the encores combined, I'll read Documancers. What do you think? Are you like, no, that's too much, you used your monthly powers, or are you cool with that? You know, I think I really wanted to play with up seeing humanity as struggling against those chains, that humanity's ugliness and how it can become better, but I just didn't put it all in. Anyways, thank you for the feedback. It's helpful. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I definitely think if you'd put more in of like, hey, they're trying, they're struggling, and that's beautiful, you know, I see all of that, then I think that would work. I just didn't really see the struggle. Seems like pretty extraordinary circumstances. Yes, indeed. You know what? That's fair. I have 2 yeses so far. That's pretty much good to go on for me, but I can wait a little bit more.
Kitty.
No. Like the corner of the blanket's on the ground and she's just like putting her paws on it. Yes, for Documancer. Woo, says Aerith. Alrighty, Rue. Let's do it. Growing Pains. Philip's World by Documancer. 350 words. The thick ink blob fermented under the moonlight for hours. As the child's fear grew, so did the blob. The blob didn't see the child, but he knew he was hers. As he grew, so did the invisible tether between them. He needed arms to move around. From his oozing body stretched 2 arms and legs, that of a bear. Similar to a newborn cub, he crawled toward a window where the silver light touched. Don't, someone warned. He turned his head to the shadow by some bushes shaped like a lynx. One ear adorned with 2 slashes tipped in silver. But I yearn, he whined. The little girl whimpered and sighed. Who's there? Shh, the lynx urged. A little thing like her seemed harmless. The bear stood on its haunches and gazed into the open window. Hello, he said. The noise he made came out in a grunt. She screamed. Only seconds graced him before a loud slam of a door and turbulent blasts echoed. 2 gunshots as silver as the moon nicked one ear. He roared in agony. Quick, the lynx commanded. To the shadows! The bear didn't hesitate to duck. The shadows hugged him as a man widened the window crack and glared into the night. It's all right, Pumpkin. No monsters will get you. Though the man said it, the bear sensed his body growing as the girl's fear grew. He wished to cradle her in his inky arms and soothe her. Why? He whispered. Is my throat damaged? No, humans speak differently than us. What are we? Nightmares, memories, instinct. I don't understand, the bear sighed. Are we evil? The lynx shook her head. We just are. She curled protectively around the youngling as she purred as long as he needed. I hate this, the bear groaned. So do I, the lynx whispered. And I, whispered another, a shadow. And I, echoed in his ears. The shades of the neighborhood. He ached, but he was loved by the shades hugging the trees. The shade cast by the houses shielded from the moonlight, and the umbra hugging his oozy coat. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. I am very curious to hear what folks thought of this story, because I knew immediately, even before seeing the note, what universe this was. And anybody who didn't said that they were super confused by this story. So I want to hear, were you confused? And if you were, what do you feel like you weren't understanding? Or did you understand, and did you know what the universe was? I mean, I told you what the universe was, but did you remember what that universe was? Necromancer's note, the same world as Philip's story. 1, is it clear who's talking? 2, where do you see the prompt? 2.5, if you don't see the prompt, let me know. 3, do you have a favorite part? 4, does the title fit the story? If you catch any grammar issues or any typos, please let me know so I can fix them before stream day. Love to see that. You know, I was literally talking about that, like, please fix them before stream day. Love seeing you being proactive about that. For some reason, that made me realize that, I guess, like, to go back to what I was talking about at the beginning of, like, oh, like, you can use those tags. Maybe I can just make a, like, like, issues tags for the writing group and then official, like, issues tags. So instead of it being, like, yeah, you get the orange, issue tag, and you don't know if it was, like, another member, or, like, actual official, you know, me or the council. Then, so, and maybe that I could, like, change what the little, icon looks like, and so that you can tell, like, oh, hey, this is the one from the community sees, like, there might be an issue with the story, and then here's, like, oh, yeah, that one was official, you know, kind of thing. Alright, but let me begin. Title's great. I like it a lot because it seems to apply to both the little girl and the bear, of course, more so the bear. Love to see more of Philip's universe. Very excited that you continue to do more here. For some reason, the thick ink blob is already a cute image. It's like a little slime kind of image to me. I really like that verb fermented there. I think that's a great image of fermented under the moonlight for hours. I like that, you know, as the child's fear grew, so did the blob. He didn't see the child, but he knew it was hers. That's all great. A great little intro. I think I immediately knew from that this was Philip's world. And I think that's kind of a cool thing of, like, that they do have an invisible tether, that he is her monster. He knows that he's hers, you know. I think we'll come back to the the arms and legs stuff. Interesting that you point out that the light is silver, because the silver is kind of a negative thing in the story. I don't know if it's meant to be like being in the light is bad and being in the shadows is good, you know, kind of thing. I like that you set up the ear, you know, being her ear being shot through, that, like, that's gonna happen to him as well. But I yearn is a beautifully poetic little line, and I like how ambiguous it is. We don't know what he yearns for. We just know that he's full of yearning. That's very cool. And then I like the little girl, like, cuts through the story. And I think that it works well that, you know, the lynx is like, hey, kind of implying she's dangerous, and he's like, well, why would she be dangerous? And it's like, that's not really what it's about exactly. Um, this is, I don't know if this is nitpicky or not. I like the image you have here of, like, he tries to say hello and it comes out as a grunt. But the story kind of ends up contradicting itself, because she says, they have a conversation, and she says that humans speak differently than they do. And so to me, that seems to mean that he would hear his words as hello, and then the girl would hear it as a grunt. And so, and then, like, he would be extra confused, because it's like, I said hello, why is she scared? And because if he hears it come out as a grunt, it means that he is hearing, you know, when he says this too, you know, and he's not even understanding his own words. So I think just saying, like, hello, he said, she screamed, and then the links clarifying humans speak differently from us, I think would work just fine. I don't know how I feel about the fact that immediately Dad starts blasting. Especially because Philip's story was a lot more gentle, you know, in the dealing with of the monster. And so, on the one hand, it's like, yeah, like, clearly this is a world where they know about these monsters, and they're, like, prepared for it, and the lynx had the gunshot wound in her ear. And so, like, yeah, you do set it up, and it does help clarify, like, yes, they're a known thing and stuff like that. But it also feels, like, real fast to be like, to be like, all right. Rather than, I don't know, to try gentler methods first. And I guess that's part of it, is that, like, clearly the monsters, even though they're made out of nightmares, how did I phrase it? They're not actually the embodiment of the nightmares that created them. So it's not like they're these horrible, disgusting creatures that want to harm. You know, in their souls, they are not nightmares. They're just creatures. And so that's pretty clear immediately with all of them. And so I don't know why, if they're a known thing to humanity, why humanity wouldn't be like what Philip's dad was like. It's like, yeah, he's scared too. Like, let's get him some cookies and milk. We don't need to shoot him. And granted, maybe that's the point. Is like, yeah, some dads are like Philip's dad, and some dads are like her dad. Like, people have different reactions. But anyways, and then, yeah, I think it's sad and interesting that that he, you know, gets shot in the same way. Like, then it kind of, and it does work in the sense of, like, we're both broken, you know, that it's not just like, hey, we're monsters, we're viewed as these terrible broken things. It's like, literally they have, like, the scars, you know, in their ears. I like the, it's alright, no monsters will get you. I do like the nightmares, memories, instinct. I don't know if it added to the confusion, and we will get to that in a second, but baseline, I do like it. I do really like the question of, are we evil? And the answer of, we just are. I think that is the most transcendent part of the piece, that it's like, you know, even though we're not literal monsters under the beds, we might ask similar questions of, like, am I evil? Am I a bad person? It's like, you just are. You know, not you are a bad person, but you just exist. You just are. And I think that's a cool thing of, like, how do I describe it? I mean, it kind of goes along with the idea of, like, there are no bad emotions. There's just emotions, right? Like, even fear and anger and sadness serve a purpose. And so it's like, no, it isn't, like, bad to feel sad or angry. It doesn't make you evil to feel angry. It just is. You just are angry. Anger just exists, and you're allowed to feel it and let it exist. You know, that kind of thing. And so I do think that's a rather beautiful idea. And I think there's something, like, I don't know, this line does kind of feel like a child kind of, like, being like, I hate this, Dad. You know, like, and I think that works super well for, you know, this, like, newborn monster. And I do like the image of, like, all the shades coming out of the woodwork, and, you know, and then I do see, like, the camera kind of zooming out, and at the end, or, like, I don't know, zooming out and showing, like, all the shades coming up and them all kind of coming around each other, and, I do like the Umbra hugging his oozy coat is an amazing image. I love that. I guess I'll say now, do I have the same critique here? Yes, I unfortunately do. That, yes, I would like to see the beauty more in this story as well. Because, like, just because they're not evil doesn't mean they're beautiful. And, like, yeah, he's loved by the shades, and, like, that's nice, but it's like, how do I explain it? Because I think what you're going for is, like, the beauty of being broken is that they're able to come around each other and help each other, and stuff like that, and I'm like, trying to think how to describe why it doesn't come through, like, strongly enough for me. Like, of course it's there, like, I let it get through, so, like, the prompt is there. And I guess it's just, like, the first question is, like, okay, what is their brokenness? Is their brokenness, like, their literal brokenness of, like, the ear? In which case, we don't really see the beauty of that. Like, that just sucks. Is the brokenness the fact that they're monsters? Like, and then, okay, like, the fact that the monsters can be loved by other monsters, I guess there's a beauty in like, being broken with that, but I don't know. I'm struggling to figure out how to describe it. If any of you felt this way, then you feel free to say so in the chat. I guess, like, just going more into, like, you know, because you do say that he was loved, and I do like that line. I guess saying more about, like, he felt comforted, or he felt a warmth. Like, not just, like, the fact of he was loved, but, like, how he felt about it, and how he saw that as something beautiful. That rather than, like, him continuing to think, I hate this and everything sucks. Maybe if he focused more on, you know, wow, like, I'm seeing these other shades, and I think they're beautiful, and I love... You know, I feel comforted by their warmth and their presence. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh on this one. Yeah, you can let me know. But the other thing I wanted to talk about is that, and we'll see what folks have been saying in the chat, but I think that for me, I think the biggest thing about this story is I really don't understand why you chose to make them animals, because the whole point is that they are the monsters under your bed. And so if the monster under my bed was a bear, I would be like, granted, sure, bears are kind of scary, but like, especially if it was a lynx, you know, like, again, there's like, sure, it's a wild animal, but like, especially if this is something tied to me, this is a known thing in the world, yeah, it's a lynx, that's not that scary. Like, okay, now that I know it's a lynx, I'm actually not scared at all of it anymore. That's cool as heck. You know, now that I know it's a cute bear cub, well, cool. And so I think that is very likely part of what caused confusion for other readers, because I think you can easily be like, why are they a bear? Like, what are these creatures? What's going on? But if it was clear they were just monsters, you know, not any specific creature, then I think it would be a lot easier to get immediately like, oh, these are the monsters under people's bed, and people are scared of them. Like, look at them. They look like monsters. They're terrifying. They're the embodiment of the nightmares, like, physically at least. But the fact that they are not bad in their souls, you know, they're not bad creatures internally, And they also don't even look bad. They look like wonderful little bears and lynxes. I think that really undermines, like, the point of the story that they are the monsters under people's beds, and like, people find them scary and something worthy of shooting at, you know, kind of thing. And, like, it's your story, and so, like, I don't want to stifle your vision if you're really attached to the idea of them looking like animals. But that was definitely the thing that made me scratch my head the most about this story, that I felt like it would be improved if they, you know, look like monsters. And so I just, like, kind of had an idea here of, like, he needed arms to move around. So two appendages, like tentacles, oozed from his body, and he crawled towards the window, you know, and, like, that would be nice and monstrous, you know. Like, the first, is it No Face that just looks like, let me see. Let me look at the gifs. Yeah, I think it is. I was definitely imagining these kind of arms the first time that you're just like, yep, Ink Blob grew arms. And I was like, I'm down for that kind of, like, monstrosity. That works very well. To be like, yeah, they're just like weird little blobby arms. But then when it was a bear, I was like, but why though? You know? I just saw my comment, why? Can't he blob around? I didn't remember I had that question, but I guess that's another question. Like, why does he need arms to move around? Can't he blob around? Prompt 250. Can't he blob around? But I think overall this story is really cute, and there's, like, some transcendence and power in there, and I love, like, this universe, and I'd love to see more from it. Let's go to your questions. Is it clear who's talking? I think so for the most part. There's a chance that you might think that the lynx is telling the girl to shh, not the bear, because the bear didn't say anything, and so it could be like, shush, girl, stop talking. There was one part. So here you, I don't know exactly what happened there, but you didn't have two spaces, and so I couldn't tell if it was meant to be like this, or if it was meant to be like this, and so I just didn't fix it, so I don't know that that's confusing as to who's talking, but that's, like, I don't know, that's some of the issues I saw in that regard. And you did have this like this, and so that would very easily read as a different person talking on its own line. So just putting that back on that line clears it right up. I definitely was surprised when, like, another voice showed up, but I think, like, it made sense, you know, after the second read. And then we talked about the prompt, so, like, yeah, we talked about it. I don't know that I need to go over it again. Do you have a favorite part? I think the "we just are" part. Does the title fit the story? Absolutely. So, yeah. Let's see what folks have been saying. It seems like the story would have fit the next prompt too. I mean, it's definitely about nightmares, but are the nightmares for sale? Oh yeah, that does remind me. I do wonder if you said here, we are the monsters under the beds. You know, we are the monsters under their beds, in their closets. You know, that kind of thing. I wonder if that would help clear the confusion up too. I'm not sure. Yes, I was pretty confused too, to the point I didn't know how to review it. I thought that the ink blob was like a physical thing at first, made by the girl, but that didn't seem to be the case. Oh yeah, that it could be like a craft project, that, like, yeah, she's like making putty and stuff like that. Yeah, that's interesting. Aerith, unfortunately I was confused. I don't remember the setting. I may have missed it, I guess. I think what confused me was not so much the prompt. I could see that, and it worked. I guess I was just confused about the context of the larger world. Why did the blob ferment? Why is the blob connected to her? Why is the conflict in the story if the monster just wants to soothe the girl? Is it a language barrier? The shadows comforting each other was beautiful, though. Nice. Looks up Documenter's link in the notes to Philip's story. Yeah, I totally missed this story / notes, so that's why I was confused, I think. Would them looking like monsters have helped clear up your confusion, or not really? And, like, this is interesting because, like, you know, we were talking about before about how, what was I going to say? Oh, I totally lost my train of thought. Like the idea of like universes and stuff like that, and like there are always times where I'm like, I don't know if this is confusing or not because I know the universe, and like this is one that I very much thought worked without the universe, but I recognized the universe, and anybody who didn't that I talked to was confused, and so this one did seem like it was one where the universe really mattered. But then again, I don't know if just them looking more like monsters would have been all that was needed to fix that issue. The monster reminded me of Philip's story immediately, but everything else felt so different, I didn't assume it was the same. Fair. And honestly, it could have ended at the third and I feel like that would have been, like, I would have critiqued it even more heavily for not having the beauty. In fact, I don't know if that would have been enough for a disqualification, but, like, I really needed this. I really needed this to be like, okay, there's the beauty, as he's loved. If it was just like, okay, other people feel this too, I would have been like, okay, is that beautiful though? Like, or is that just sad? You know, is that just more brokenness? Oh no, Doc is currently unable to watch the stream. Well, you didn't get unlocked, but you did get red. She says, I wasn't sure if ending it on and I would cut it too short. Did the last bit seem unnecessary? Wolf says, not unnecessary, I just like scary cliffhangers. Well, I think that also, like, sure, that would have been maybe some scariness for the end and could have worked as a cliffhanger, but that if it was meant to be scary, that would also undermine the story, because the whole point is they're not scary. You know, they're wonderful little monsters. Oh my gosh, how did you make your text small? How did you do that? What witchcraft is this? I didn't know you could do that. Yes, exactly. That's the gift. Imagine one of these creatures in Florida. Florida Man, this is my emotional support for your creature. Yeah, instead of Florida Man starting blasting, Florida Man's different from everybody else. Florida Man befriends the monster. Daddy, there's a gator in my room. Stay in bed, Junior. Shotgun blast. More afraid of lizards than alligators, and I think that's from living in Florida. Florida? You mean, like, iguanas and stuff? I'm with you there. Actually, like, granted, I have not lived in Florida, and I don't know what I would do. But, like, from what I hear of them, like, yeah, like, of course gators can be horrible. But, like, you know, they're around people all the time. They're just kind of hanging out most of the time. They're probably not going to bother you. But iguanas are angry little evil gremlins who will hurt you. I am utterly shocked that you have not watched Spirited Away, Wolf. I feel like it's funny because, like, I met you, I probably, like, heard one of your stories, like, when I joined in 2020, and, like, ever since that first story, you have been known as the anime boy of the group, to me. And then all the time you're just like, yeah, I don't read manga. Yeah, I haven't watched that very popular anime. Yeah, I haven't watched Spirited Away. You've only watched about half of a Studio Ghibli movie? Oh, like, what? I might have to revoke your your anime boy title after that. Yeah, Kiki's is great. I see the hashtag tiny becomes tiny. Yes, that was in regards to your message. And I can be large. Oh, how do you become large? What does the nope and no it does not, what is that in response to? I can be medium, I can be this. It goes header, subheader, sub-subheader. Ah, gotcha. Alrighty-roo. Well, that's the story. That's the do. I don't think that it's the best idea to talk about, like, why so many of the stories got disqualified other than just, like, what I've already said. If many people are desperate to be like, hey, I'm so confused, please help me understand, then, like, maybe I'll do it, but, yeah, I think it'd probably be better to just, just do the next prompt announcement, though you already know it is the next prompt announcement and go on. But, and you know, like, if people say they're desperate to hear what the deal was, then I can do it after and everything. But I think for now, let's just get out those drum rolls and start thinking about it. Alright. I have not left the stream chat, and so I saw that you have the drumming cockatiel, but I saw it as drumming cocktail. Alright. Oh yeah, this is exactly what you saw last week. In third place with 6 votes, we have What Have I Done? In second place with 7 votes is Beauty is the Beast. Our winner, with 10 votes each, is a tie, and it's between The Beauty of Being Broken and Nightmares for Sale. If you weren't here last week, there was a tie between these two prompts, and then because we didn't have a stream after the tie to do the tiebreaker, I set up another poll to break the tie. And as you can see, that one also tied. And so I was like, alright, in that case, we're doing what I would like to do here. What would I like to do? I would like to do both. I would like to do one and then the other. And so I did The Beauty of Being Broken first, and Nightmares for Sale second. So Nightmares for Sale was actually Arachnar's prompt that Arachnar submitted and stuff, and only like it got to like the top 3 of the more submitted stories, and then I was like, oh crap, you're not actually a supporter. I don't think I can let that through. And so I was like, I will submit it for my transformed one prompt. Next time it hey Marks, you're back, welcome. The next time the prompt time comes around, and I'm glad I remembered because I almost forgot. So Arachnar, if you're still here, do tell us what inspired this prompt. But I like it because it's just like, I don't know, it's such a fun phrasing of like, terrible thing for sale. Like, when something's for sale, it's usually something you want, right? You know? I don't know, clothing for sale, toys for sale, Christmas, little Santas for sale, whatever. Nightmares aren't really something that you'd want to go buy. And so the prompt is kind of a very interesting, like, juxtaposition, or, like, oxymoron to me, that it's like, why would anybody want to buy a nightmare? And I feel like that's part of what makes this such a good prompt, is because it makes you ask that question. Why would anybody want to buy a nightmare? And then you answer it with your story. You know, who wants to buy a nightmare? Nose, just hold on a little bit longer. It makes me think of how I feel like our brains do this. That at least my, brain that has some neurospiciness in it. Then, like, of course we don't want to think terrible things, but for some reason we find ourselves going down terrible mental thought trains anyways. And, as somebody with OCD, like, I feel like that's particularly strong, because I don't want to obsess about these terrible things that end up, triggering me, but that is what happens. And that's kind of the thing, that it's like, part of the reason that I obsess about something is because it's like something bad that I want to prevent, and so I'm thinking about it to try to, like, prevent it, and so that's making me think about it more, that kind of thing. And so I feel like our brain often does this, where it's like, whatever it is that triggers us is basically like, hey, nightmares for sale, and our brain is like, ooh, I'll take one. It could be an element of, there's something worse than a nightmare that somebody is dealing with, and so they will gladly buy the nightmare to deal with that nightmare. Or it's like they're dealing with a different nightmare, and it's like, I will purposely buy this nightmare so I don't have to deal with that nightmare. I could see that, where it's not so much I want to buy this because the nightmare is great, it's I want to buy this because this other thing is worse, that kind of thing. It could be a villain, that a villain wants to buy, a nightmare, wants to buy a little monster hench pet. Maybe a villain wants to buy something that's a nightmare for the hero. It could even be something that on the surface doesn't seem like a nightmare, but it's like, this is going to be a nightmare for our hero. It could be, it could be like a nightmare, like a horse, like in, I was about to say Guardians of the Galaxy. Rise of the Guardians. That Pitch has the nightmares made of the dream sand. And so that could be so cute, that it could be like a horse seller having nightmares for sale, and like mares of the night, whether they be the embodiment of literal nightmares or just a horse of the night, or a black horse or something like that, or a horse with a coat of stars. That's amazing. I love that image. It could be something that is good that other people or the purchaser view as a nightmare. Maybe at the time of purchase it didn't seem like a nightmare, but now it is. I could definitely see, like, people might call, like, their kids or their newborn who's crying all the time a nightmare. And so it's like, well, I wanted this, but, or like, the sale thing would work better with, like, adoption and stuff, that, well, I got the kid, but, they're kind of a nightmare, kind of thing. Or like a puppy, that it's like, oh, the puppy's gonna be so cute, and then actually it's a nightmare. Whether it's because this particular puppy is a nightmare, or because puppies in general are nightmares, it could be that kind of thing. Yeah, and so I guess that's the other question. I'm like, okay, nightmares for sale sounds like the vendor put it on their sign. And so does the person know that they're buying a nightmare, or is it like, no, I saw something for sale, I didn't know it was gonna be a nightmare, but now I know nightmares for sale back there. It could be the cautionary tale, that the person who's saying nightmares for sale could be like, oh, that sign, yeah, I know it says puppies for sale, but it should say nightmares for sale. Kind of thing. it could be like the process of getting something, you know, like those of us who like commission art. Sometimes you commission art and like the process of getting your art the way that you want it and like talking to the artist and stuff like that can end up unfortunately being a nightmare. And so it could be that kind of thing where it's like, yeah, I got some great art out of it in the end, but it was a nightmare to get here. So really, they sold me the nightmare, you know. I don't know who Baku is, Massa. Gremlins. I'll mention the inspiration from the Shadow Market prompt because it seems appropriate. Bhutanese Shadow Market is a conspiracy theory of spiritual black market where you can buy souls and other unsavory things. Yeah, I think I remember that. That definitely works there too. Yeah, that if you can sell souls and non-corporeal dark things, you know, on the black market and stuff, that totally is like nightmares for sale. Yeah, it could be more of a general nightmares for sale, like not specifically here I have a nightmare for you, but it's just like, here's the black market. They have various nightmares of various kinds for sale, you know? Let's see. Toys for sale that are actually animate and will rise in the night to kill Santa when he comes to deliver normal toys. The Nightmare Before Christmas, maybe? Evil toys? Yep, it could totally be that. I'm probably gonna have someone buying a nightmare as a punishment for someone else. So thoughts I've had during the 3 weeks I've had with this prompt. A sorcerer selling literal nightmares, and someone selling things that are secretly nightmarish. Someone sells something that triggers nightmares, and another. Ooh, I haven't talked about that last one. That's a good one. That it's like, yeah, that's kind of goes along with the triggering thing that I brought up, and in a different way. That it's like a physical thing that can trigger nightmares, whether it be like through realistic means of literally they're just triggered, or it's like, no, this is the nightmare maker. It's the opposite of a dream catcher. Put it over your bed. Cap some nightmares. Oh no, the puppy's bit reminded me of a dog my family had. As a puppy, it got sick with diarrhea. Confused my sister's homework with the newspapers it's supposed to potty on. It went all over her homework. That's terrible. Yeah, I feel like that story is less horrifying to me than it probably is to others because I have cats that... the price of having cats that, like, never bite or scratch and are super, like, nice and affectionate is apparently the fact that they're very poopy and pukey. And so I deal with that kind of thing a lot. Luckily, I haven't had any homework for them to do that on, but... yeah, so that's totally... that's totally, you know, would work for the prompt. Crypto, yes, crypto works very well. Granted, he wasn't bought, he was borrowed, but he totally works. Oh, interesting. Evolving History 3 by Califrax story fits perfectly with the suggestion of not having any fantastical elements, as PTSD is very real. Indeed it is. The Baku eat nightmares. Oh, interesting. That's cool. So yeah, you could have a Baku who's like, yes, I would like my meal. My meal is a nightmare. That's really cute, actually. I like that a lot. It also reminds me of the BFG that it has been forever since I read the book, and like also forever since I watched the movie, but less forever. But I remember there were like actual dreams that they would like catch, and they're, I don't know, these little sparkly little blobs that they would catch, and I think they could like turn into nightmares and stuff, and so it makes me think of that as well, like having an actual nightmare in a jar kind of thing. Yeah. So I was thinking with regards to the whole, like, how many stories can you post sort of thing. So, like, technically you don't have, like, 2 official weeks or 3 official weeks with this prompt because it's only going to be up for this week. But unofficially you have had 3 weeks with it. And in the past, I have, like, let you have another story, when, even when, like, the poll, not the poll, the forum wasn't up, and so I think I'm just gonna do the normal. You can do one extra story unless people are like, no, please let us do 2 extra stories. But unless people beg, I think I'm just gonna do the normal. You can have 1 extra story rule with the extra time. I'm a little torn on this, but I'm kind of leaning towards, because of course this hits like right after the new system implements, but we have a new system now where only the folks who wrote for or did at least 2 reviews for the previous prompt get to submit to, or get to vote on the poll for the next prompt. And now we have had 3 prompts. I Want to Pet the Creature, the Beauty Being Broken, and then we're gonna have Nightmares for Sale. And I'm kind of leaning towards having it just be Nightmares for Sale that lets you vote on the next one, because it is for the previous one, because it would basically be, I Want to Pet the Creature would be, for the next one. Okay, the next one was already decided, so that's moot. Okay, like, the Beauty Being Broken would be, for, oh yeah, it would, no, it would be this week. It would be the Beauty of Being Broken. Oh, yeah, I didn't connect that, actually. Does that change things? It's a little bit less, because when I thought it was 3 whole, prompts, I was gonna say, let's just do Nightmares, but now that I know it's actually only 2, now I'm wondering if maybe it's kind of harmless to just include the people who wrote for I Want to Pet the Creature as well. I don't know. You guys can say your opinions in the chat. I watched the BFG. Big fan of Roald Dahl. Because on the one hand, some of the most iconic British children's books. On the other hand, phenomenal horror writing. Indeed. Nightmare Cleanup in aisle 246. Nice. Yeah, I didn't think of that. That's an interesting take of like, no, your story isn't about like anybody buying a nightmare. It's just about them being available for sale. Like it could even be about oh, these nightmares, they just ain't selling. Like we are all stocked up on our shelves. What's wrong with them? Walks up to one of them. Horrors hit you. I think I know why these aren't selling. Yes, indeed. People will be posting for Nightmares to Sale and voting for the next one. Alright, I don't know. We'll see what I do. If you have access, or if you don't, I guess that'll give you your answer for what I decided. But remember that it is, the Monday, yeah, it's a Monday is the last, or like, before I post the prompt intro, like when I post the prompt intro, that is the cutoff for, posting your stories and reviews in the previous thing. And so if you want to guarantee that you can get through, make sure you have something in the Beauty of Being Broken forum, be it 2 reviews or a story, before that deadline. Alrighty. Check out, who do you guys want me to raid? Go check out the reading and writing, tag. Where do you want me to go? Or category. In the meantime, if you're not read here on the stream, you're not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. They have it in the writing group chat, the writing group voice chat, and the backup queue. It's first come, first serve, so so if you submit to the backup queue early, you are more likely to, or not more likely, you are going to be read earlier. There is a lot more discussion on voice. You can submit your story to read it to everyone. You can have somebody else read it to everyone. You can just hang out and lurk. Whatever you want to do is a good time. Join us or else we won't buy your wares. That is a surprisingly tame one for a nightmare prompt.
Oh, it's a cute kitty on the blanket.
Who do we want to raid? Where do we want to go? know if you can even see it. I can't see it in the picture on the video on the stream. It is kind of mesmerizing when you look at it. And there's an ad copy. I don't know if I should snooze it or not. Okay, it got snoozed. Answered for me. Steelhelm. Oh, Steelhelm is streaming. Perfect. We like Steelhelm. Why does he not have a profile pic? I thought he had one that's like, yeah, that's like the little knight with, of course, the helmet. I hope it's right. I hope I didn't put the wrong name in. Oh, Steelhelm 77. Okay, thank you. Good. There we go. Now that's the picture we're used to. Alrighty. Been a lovely stream. I hope that you guys have fun with this prompt. I'm excited to see what you do with it. So yeah. Have a good night, and please don't purchase any nightmares. Goodbye.